devastating world wars, the international community came together to establish the United Nations. The task was as momentous as it was visionary, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. It was a moment of hope in history, of unbridled optimism for humanity, for the promise of the Charter. Today, that promise remains as important as ever. Denmark is a founding member of this organization. Our belief remains as firm as it was 80 years ago, that many of our challenges are too great and too global for any nation, large or small, to face it alone. A strong and fair system, with the United Nations at its core and international law as its foundation, remains our best, indeed our only, option to address the multitude of threats and challenges we face. Mr. President, allow me to make 4 points. First, multilateralism works. For 8 decades, the United Nations has helped to prevent a third world war. Together, we have created programs to reduce poverty and hunger, protect human rights, eradicate disease, increase access to education and healthcare, advance gender equality, and build sustainable peace. We have worked to expand and uphold international law and pursued accountability when international crimes have been committed. While much remains to be done, let me be clear. Denmark strongly supports this system and all that we have achieved, imperfect as it may be. Second, Mr. President, recent landmark agreements such as the Pact for the Future, the 2030 Agenda, and the Paris Agreement exemplify the potential of multilateralism at its best. But potential must be translated into impact. What is needed now is implementation. The Pact presents a bold vision for this multilateral system, including the Security Council. Around this table, it is our responsibility to act. We must not be afraid to rethink our tools, to adapt to changing realities. This is especially necessary for UN peace operations. Denmark firmly believes that UN peace operations remain indispensable for addressing conflicts and sustaining peace. For millions, the blue helmet represents hope in the darkest corners of conflict. But as the very nature of conflict evolves, so too must our response. To effectively address the complex security challenges of our time, more agile, adaptable, and responsive approaches are needed. This includes working across the whole peace continuum, from preventive measures and diplomacy to peacekeeping and post-conflict recovery. The Security Council should lead in advancing fresh thinking on how to ensure this. Mr. President, my third point. We cannot seriously tackle the issues facing multilateralism when the Security Council continues to operate in the reality of yesteryear. Excellencies, it is no longer 1945. The world needs a more representative Security Council, one which reflects the global diversity of the 21st century, one which addresses the historical injustice done to the African continent and ensures greater representation of developing countries across regions. As we push for fundamental reforms, we must also assess the actions and, tragically, inactions of the Council. Too often, this Council has been unable to alleviate immense suffering due to the veto. The veto should never stand in the way of action to prevent and end atrocity crimes. Fourth, Mr. President, underpinning all of these points, and indeed all of our collective action, must be an unwavering commitment to international law and the United Nations Charter. For Denmark as a small country, this is our guiding star. Respect for the basic purposes and principles of the United Nations, including sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and political independence for all states, is indispensable to the cause of peace. It is the foundation for a world in which might does not make right. As we uphold these principles, the respect for human rights and international humanitarian law must be at the core. We must end cycles of impunity and ensure accountability for victims and survivors of international crisis. This should be accompanied by efforts to identify and address the root causes of conflict. While states bear the primary responsibility to protect their populations from atrocities, this Council has an important role to play in ensuring timely and decisive international action. Mr. President, to conclude, multilateralism is based on a fundamental willingness to work together, to understand the language, culture, and concern of others, and to find compromises. This is what the United Nations stand for. That is how we uphold the promise of the Charter. Count on Denmark's unwavering commitment to this goal. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Denmark for the statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this important meeting. I thank the Secretary-General for sharing his valuable insights. As we celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations this year, we stand at a crossroads, proud of our achievements to date, yet also confronted with doubts in our common belief in multilateralism. Since the adoption of the UN Charter, member states have worked together to lay the foundation for a world free from the scourge of war, a world grounded in fundamental human rights, the rule of law, and sustainable development. Yet today, the multilateral architecture we have built is under immense pressure. For 3 years, Ukraine has suffered the devastating consequences of a military aggression in flagrant violation of the UN Charter by a permanent member of the Security Council. In Gaza, despite the efforts of the Security Council to reach consensus over the past 15 months, it has struggled to produce meaningful impacts on the ground, as the actual ceasefire was made possible by a few critically involved parties. Africa is also suffering from multiple security crises, including in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, and the Sahel. They have escalated opportunistically amid weakening of effective UN peace operations and UN sanctions, both of which are critical tools in the UN efforts to maintain peace and security. The staggering human death tolls in all of these conflicts also calls into question the UN's role in protecting civilians and alleviating humanitarian suffering. Against this backdrop of mounting frustration in multilateralism, let me highlight 3 points. First, we should reinvigorate the role of the United Nations that offers an enduring diplomatic space in shaping international views. It is extraordinary that 193 countries, with each of us at different stages of political and economic development, like-minded or even antagonistic, gather every day in this very building to discuss and try to solve current and future issues. This should not be taken for granted. Such a convening power of the United Nations is a driving engine of multilateralism, valuable to this very moment. For example, the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, with its 56 action commitments, reaffirmed the international community's collective resolve for a rejuvenated multilateralism. Second, the UN, particularly the Security Council, must become more creative and bolder. Though it may be difficult to avoid gridlock on issues where permanent members have divergent views, there are other areas that the Security Council can explore to fulfill its mandate and reinforce its institutional standing. For example, emerging security challenges must be given due attention, followed by more active deliberations. The rapid evolution of digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, has amplified global security risks, particularly when exploited by irresponsible actors such as North Korea. The proliferation of mis- and disinformation has further opened new platforms for manipulation, complicating tensions and conflicts. Likewise, climate change is intensifying global instability by heightening competition over resources. Geopolitical divides must not prevent us from addressing these urgent and new challenges. Third, we must defend and uphold the 3 pillars of the UN work, namely peace and security, development, and human rights. We believe that we simply cannot accomplish economic development and sustaining peace without justice, human rights, and democracy. Equally, without solid development, political democratization and human rights cannot fully flourish, something Korea has experienced firsthand in its own national development. In order to continuously support the virtuous cycle of the HDP nexus, we increased our ODA by 30% last year, which is 4 times the amount compared to 2010. The Peacebuilding Commission can play a crucial part in this regard with its unique advisory role that covers all 3 pillars. As a Security Council PBC informal coordinator, the Republic of Korea is committed to bringing greater coherence to both bodies. Mr. President, on a final note, the rise of the elected 10 members in the Security Council gives us a sense of inspiration and hope that they can take the lead when geopolitics divide the Council. In this vein, Security Council reform should be navigated in such a way that empowers more elected members, increasing the Council's accountability to the wider membership. Now, more than ever, global challenges require global cooperation. Korea remains steadfast in its commitment to strengthening multilateralism, and we will continue to work with all partners to this end. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for the statement. Now give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Panama
thanks the People's Republic of China for convening us today to this high-level event, which invites us to reflect on the foundations of the United Nations, its purpose and its future in global governance. We further express our thanks for the important contribution made by the Secretary-General António Guterres. We extend a warm welcome to His Excellency Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, and likewise to the Ministers of State who are honoring us with their participation today. President, multilateralism is facing its most critical juncture since the foundation of the United Nations 80 years ago, born out of the ruins of a violent, devastating and cruel global conflict. The rationale that led to the establishment of the United Nations with its multilateralist structure to guarantee international peace and security offered a level of protection to small countries from the arbitrary impositions of the most powerful. This raison d'être for global governance has been buckling under a system that has become unwieldy and slow to incorporate and implement the much-needed technology and innovation to provide the right solutions with the necessary urgency. It is regrettable that the Security Council, the only multilateral body tasked with maintaining international peace and security, is no longer up to the job of fulfilling the important aim for which it was established after the Second World War. We are forced to caution that what is urgently needed is a true review of its architecture. Furthermore, the current international financial system perpetuates inequalities and strengthens dependency structures which hamper the development of nations, including the economic development of our kindred countries in Latin America. Territorial integrity, sovereignty, and the right of peoples to decide on their own destiny are not, nor can they be, negotiable. Panama, as a founding country in this organization, with the contributions from the distinguished Panamanian lawyer Dr. Ricardo J. Alfaro, who contributed to the drafting of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in incorporating the term human rights in the United Nations Charter, notes with concern the development of these trying situations, which the organization is currently facing, and which are weakening multilateralism. But at the same time, Panama harbors the hope that these perilous circumstances will lead us to find channels for close communication, free of disinformation, threats, and ideological polarization. For this reason, we support the Secretary-General's pragmatic vision set out in the Pact for the Future. We understand that to ensure that this multilateral inclusive commitment has sustainable effects over time, we mustn't brook terminology exclusions in its language, nor the use of double standards, which would further erode the integrity of the United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Unmovable pillars both in the achievement of international law and in ensuring an effective multilateral system. Panama will always be in favor of the inclusive participation of all relevant sectors in a context of conflict for the benefit of the civilian population and with the equitable and increasing participation of women and young people as agents of peace and development. Panama, as a small state, is reaping the rewards of multilateralism and has been doing so since our foundation as an independent republic. Tangible proof of this is the generational struggle that through diplomatic efforts led to the end of a colonial enclave which divided us and to the recovery of our canal, one of the vital waterways for ensuring sustained and neutral service to international trade and to global free maritime transit. It was in this council, meeting in Panama City in 1973, it was this council that brought international attention to the Panamanian cause, leading the parties from that time to negotiate treaties bringing an end to foreign presence on our territory, guaranteeing the world's support for our full sovereignty and our territorial integrity. This is a landmark that, 25 years after the return of the canal, allows Panamanians to benefit from exemplary, well-warranted economic growth in the region. The historic realities of that time no longer reflect current necessities, hence why reform to the Security Council is so vital. The blocking of consensus and the indiscriminate use of the veto due to the lack of geographic representation in this body means that the hope of millions of people immersed in tragedy, in famine, and in humanitarian crises without wholesale solutions all go unanswered. It's time to rescue multilateralism from ruinous mistrust and to breathe new life into the decisions that are taken both in this Council, but in all of the spaces created to address global governance from different angles. It is time to reactivate the protection that multilateralism provides to small states united by their vulnerability from the arrogance of the geopolitical interests of others. Multilateralism isn't one option among many. It is the cement that provides the sturdy foundation for stability and for international well-being. President, Panama, like many states here present, can come up with solutions. Nonetheless, these solutions will lead nowhere if we don't trust in ourselves and if we do not stand ready to implement the mechanisms that we have to hand, to enforce the mandates contained in the dozens of resolutions that we adopt every year. The Secretary-General can only operate in the margins of what this membership allows him, hence why the right way to maintain international peace and security connected to sustainable development and human rights is to enforce the legitimate political will of our peoples. We are facing a crisis of representation, where political power has been concentrated among the few, leaving the rest to feel marginalized. The world has moved forward, has moved on. It's our responsibility not only to keep pace, but also to get ahead to address that concern and the looming concerns with the emergence of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity threats, and disinformation intended to polarize us, just to cite a few challenges that we must face collectively. Mr. President, it is time for this helpful debate to guide us to undertake a self-assessment, to reflect and to act, to address the glaring question marks hanging over the multilateral system and global governance. 80 years after all too few changes, we must ensure that rather than floundering, the system flourishes and prospers. Thank you.
I thank Panama for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Allow me to start by thanking China and Foreign Minister Mr. Wang Yi for selecting this very important topic and for convening this timely debate. And I also thank the Secretary-General for his very interesting remarks. Mr. President, 2025 signifies a landmark year in the history of the United Nations. As we are preparing to celebrate its 80th anniversary, it's becoming more difficult to meet people that can remember a world without the United Nations, a world shaped by the horrors of the two world wars. Therefore, it is necessary to prevent, among future generations, the risk of oblivion of the devastation that preceded the creation of the organization through highlighting its accomplishments in the promotion of international peace and security, sustainable development, and the protection of human rights. It is also a good moment to take stock of multilateralism and global governance at present. Mr. President, no one can deny that our world is facing new, complex global challenges at a scale unthinkable in 1945, from wars and increasingly military expenditures to hunger, poverty, and unequal development. The permanent crisis in the Middle East, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the grave political and humanitarian crisis in Sudan, Sahel, Yemen, DRC, Haiti, and elsewhere are just a few examples of the serious threats to global stability in the UN Charter. We believe there is an urgent need for fundamental reform and improvement of our multilateral system with the UN at its core. A crucial step towards this direction was made last September at the Summit of the Future, when the world leaders renewed the commitment to effective multilateralism by adopting the Pact of the Future and its annexes, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration of Future Generation. Our Prime Minister has stated that the Pact of the Future, as a point of global consensus, is only a first step, but it's a necessary first step. It's a political declaration to act, and political will is a necessary driver for action at the national level and collectively at the global level. Greece calls for the rapid implementation of the relevant actions of the Pact, especially transforming global governments and reinvigorating the multilateral system to tackle these challenges and seize the opportunities of today and tomorrow. In this context, a reform of the central pillar of the international peace and security architecture, namely the Security Council, is also needed. We support any model of reform that is fair, strengthens the UN as a whole, and transforms the Security Council to a more democratic, efficient, representative, accountable body adjusted to the realities of the 21st century. We are convinced that these goals would be achieved through the enlargement of the Security Council, both with permanent and non-permanent members. We also call for strengthening the relationship of the Security Council with the General Assembly in order to maintain better international peace and security. Mr. President, during the intense negotiations of the Pact of the Future and beyond, Greece insisted that it was necessary to go back to the basics of the UN Charter, such as a peaceful settlement of dispute, the respect of international law, and the rules and principles of the Charter. These are core elements of Greece's participation to the Security Council and the necessary foundations of peace and prosperity across all nations. At the same time, we need to safeguard fundamental rights and freedoms, democracy and the rule of law in an increasingly authoritarian, dangerous and contested world where human dignity is progressively challenged and where war becomes more prevalent on a greater scale. Let me also stress that one of the Pact's significant achievements is the first global recommitment to nuclear disarmament since 2010. We stress the need this to serve as a basis for upholding and strengthening the international non-proliferation and disarmament architecture with NPT as its cornerstone. Mr. President, Greece recognizes the need to narrow the development divide and especially the digital divide. Peace and security cannot prevail in the absence of development and growth. Greece focuses its development efforts and allocates aid, including through capacity building, transfer of know-how and expertise, with the aim of contributing to the reduction of poverty and inequality in the world, the consolidation of peace and security, and in order to tackle the root causes of migration flows. We also believe that artificial intelligence offers tremendous opportunities for achieving the SDGs, and we are actively engaging to the discussion of the global governance of AI at the UN and other fora. Our common efforts to bridge the digital divide should focus on the implementation of the Global Digital Compact, which represents the first comprehensive global framework for digital cooperation, chartering a roadmap for global AI governance. Mr. President, we are also deeply concerned with the lack of substantial progress in tackling the effects of climate change. We reaffirm the importance of accelerated action in this critical decade on the basis of the best available science, and we welcome relevant decisions adopted at COP28 and 29. We also recognize the importance of support to development countries and their access to climate finance, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Mr. President, in closing, let me underline that the upcoming celebration of the 80th anniversary of the UN serves as a moment of collective reflection on the accomplishments of our organization, a reiteration of a common belief to its core values and principles, and a time to begin reforming global governance and the multilateral system. Let us all work together towards this direction. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Greece for the statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
We welcome the personal participation of the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China in today's open debate. We welcome the participation of other ministers and senior representatives. We believe that the topic proposed by the Chinese presidency is highly relevant. It provides us with a good opportunity to discuss through the geopolitical prism the root causes of the current profound crisis plaguing the modern international world order. We see today's meeting as a unique continuation of the discussions which took place in July 2024, when the Council under Russia's presidency considered the question of multilateral cooperation in building a more fair, democratic, and sustainable world order. 80 years ago, on the 4th of February, 1945, on the 4th of February, 1945, the Yalta Conference began. During this epochal meeting, the contours of the post-war world order were set out, at the heart of which was the United Nations. In the international legal dimension, the Charter of the United Nations first set out the equality of all states, ridding the world of patterns of legitimization of the claims of certain countries to domination. The result of this groundbreaking decision was the process of decolonization, which gifted freedom to numerous enslaved peoples. Furthermore, despite all of its strengths and weaknesses, which politicians and academics continue to debate, the United Nations as a whole fulfilled its founding purpose, namely preventing a new world war. However, today the world has come closer than ever before to a dangerous threshold. It is teetering on the brink of a direct military confrontation between nuclear powers. The West, operating through the rules-based order template, is agreeing to, in circumvention of the United Nations, decisions on key topics of the majority of countries, for the majority of countries, and subsequently portraying these solutions as universal solutions and imposing them on others. We therefore see a deliberate undermining of the authority of the United Nations and the primacy of international law in governing international relations. We are witnessing a broad application of the practice of unilateral coercive measures being imposed whenever supporters of methods of force in global politics do not manage to push through their desired desired outcome at the Security Council. An example of this is the situation in Iran. After the expiration of a number of restrictions in Resolution 2231 in October 2024, European countries failed to adopt practical measures to lift restrictions against Iran, extending them indefinitely at the national level. Let us recall that the only body authorized to impose sanctions is the Security Council. Any other measures are unlawful in nature. However, sanctions by the Council themselves are not etched in stone. As with any other instrument for the maintenance of international peace and security, the Council has a duty to proactively work to update them, to adapt them, to reflect new realities and ensure their effective implementation. In this vein, it is clear that the current restrictions imposed against the DPRK is not helping to normalize the situation on the Korean Peninsula, and a major revision is long overdue. Failure to abide by the UN Charter and a reckless approach to Security Council resolutions on a number of acute international issues has now become the hallmark of the West. From the poorly hidden disclosures of many Western politicians and diplomats, we see that for their capitals, Security Councils are meaningless. They, with marked regularity, are not being implemented, or they are merely viewed as being non-binding. Behind these actions, there's a keen desire to preserve the neo-colonial system of exploitation, allowing its ruling elites and financial industrial capital to parasitically plunder the resources of developing countries. Russia has been undertaking efforts to advance anti-colonial and anti-neo-colonial agendas at the United Nations, including the adoption of the General Assembly thematic resolution in December 2024. In the context of efforts to resolve the Ukrainian crisis, it is becoming clear who genuinely advocates a more fair, equitable, more equal world, and who are living in the past and are striving at any cost to make their geopolitical agendas a reality. Any state claiming to act as a mediator and proposing peace initiatives must first and foremost clearly understand what caused this conflict. The root cause of this conflict is the disregard for the legitimate interests of the Russian Federation in the area of security, and an aspiration to inflict a geopolitical defeat on Russia, as well as failure by the regime which seized power following an institutional coup. The Kiev regime's failure to comply to respect the rights of the entire population of Ukraine, and the obligation of any normal government before all of its citizens. Alongside the achievement of the goals of the special military operation, Russia has been advocating the establishment of a system of indivisible and equal security in Eurasia, through which all states can be confident in their own security and will not attempt to uphold them at the expense of others' interests. The Russian president has advanced an initiative on this matter. It is in keeping with the ideas of many countries located on our shared continent. There is no doubt that a comprehensive approach to multilateralism hinges on the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. Alongside the establishment of a multilateral world order with a shift of the center of power to the global south, there's a growing need for the adaptation of global governing institutions to reflect modern-day realities, and first and foremost for there to be reform of the United Nations and its Security Council. We advocate greater representation at the Security Council of African, Asian, and Latin American states. The unjustified domination at the Council of Western States as successors of colonial powers is a relic of the past. There have been tectonic shifts in the global economy. The share of BRICS countries in the global GDP is a little more than 37%. It has surpassed the share of countries of the G7, 29%. The reform of the global financial architecture needs to reflect these processes. Of paramount importance is the prompt reform of the Bretton Woods institutions and the WTO, whose work is based needs to be based on and reflect the real weight of non-Western centers of economic growth. What do we see in this area? Merely attempts by the OECD to stymie meaningful reform and to cling to the existing system, which allows for financial instruments to be used as weapons of mass destruction, which is further resulting in fragmentation of the global economy. There's an ongoing colonialist practice of imposing ideological designs and political solutions and socioeconomic models which are geared towards plundering sovereign states. Resources, according to existing assessments, developed countries has siphoned off of countries in the global south since the adoption of the 1960 Declaration on Decolonialization, siphoned off resources amounting to $62 trillion. An unprecedented campaign has been unleashed of unilateral coercive measures afflicting countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. A grave blow to the global financial system is being dealt by the outright theft by Western countries of sovereign assets and currency reserves. At the same time, there are limitations on access to technology which are brought into play, and this directly runs counter to genuine multilateralism, worsening inequality and placing a slowly ticking time bomb, thwarting prospects for the achievement of sustainable development goals. A growing mistrust in the financial system based on Western reserve currencies and the visible outflow of funds and securities and debt obligations of Western countries and major banks is fueling processes of activization of regional ties for the formation of effective and secure multilateral international economic mechanisms, alternatives to those which the West has been controlling and using for the advancement of its parochial interests. This includes expansion of transactions in national currencies, the establishment of independent payment systems, and the establishment of an industry market chains in circumvention of those channels that have been blocked or compromised as a result of politically motivated restrictions. Interregional and regional organizations and their partnerships, in our view, have the potential to become linchpins that govern the multilateral world order institutes. So this is an approach which has been set out in President Putin's approach, a blueprint for a greater Eurasian partnership, the economic bedrock for our initiative for common and indivisible security in Eurasia. There is no doubt that an important role here that lies with BRICS, the SCO, as well as the CIS, the Eurasian Economic Union, ASEAN, and other associations. An apt example of international and regional cooperation is the activity of UNRWA, an excellent example of this. For many decades, they have been providing assistance to Palestinians in humanitarian assistance, education, healthcare, and social services on the occupied Palestinian territory. Essentially, UNRWA has been doing everything which the occupying power, West Jerusalem, has an obligation to do. The occupying power, which has been waging an unprecedented persecution against UNRWA. The ongoing work of the agency without obstacles as a ticket to the survival of the residents of Gaza and the West Bank. Today, UNRWA for the residents of Gaza is the their sole last hope to which there is no and can be no alternative. Our duty is to protect the mandate of the interests of the agency to advance its work, its unique work for the Palestinians, both in the occupied Palestinian territory and in neighboring Arab countries. In this connection, we support the call of the UN Secretary-General and the General Commissioner of UNRWA to Israel for it to comply with its international legal obligations and to lift the Knesset legislation for the prohibition on UNRWA's activities. Clearly, an important impetus for strengthening multilateralism is becoming is being reflected in the multiplying global challenges faced by humankind. They include healthcare crises, the infiltration into our lives of unbridled digital technologies, climate change, the so-called demographic transition, which essentially, as some experts have deemed, this is a demographic suicide for a growing number of nations. The United Nations is designed to play a central coordinating role in developing adequate solutions with the involvement of all stakeholders, and depoliticized international scientific cooperation is designed should should present compelling and long-term basis for the adoption of such decisions. When it comes specifically to the achievement of the SDGs, major hopes have been pinned on the forthcoming Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development to be held in Spain in July. Among other priorities, we would note the issue of the digital divide. We advocate the establishment of international dialogue and stepping up the activity of specialized international organizations with the aim of reducing digital inequality, providing assistance to developing states and states with transitional economies, and fleshing out national legislation and high technology infrastructure for the digital economy. Discussions on the above-mentioned issues need to take place without slipping into futile polemicism. Otherwise, tangible results will be beyond reach. There's a need to restore professionalism in diplomacy, a culture of dialogue, the ability to listen, to hear others' views, to preserve channels for crisis communications. There is a bedrock for this, and that is the Charter of the United Nations. If all parties, barring none, respect its spirit and letter, not interpreting it selectively for the advancement of geopolitical interests, the United Nations is in a position to resolve current disputes and reach common ground on the majority of issues facing it. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for his statement. Now I'll give the floor to France.
Mr. President, I thank you for convening this meeting. At a time when global governance is challenged by the proliferation of crises, we must not succumb to the temptation of unilateralism. This path would bring us simply to widespread confrontation, pitting everyone against everyone else. That would work to the detriment of one and all, even those convinced of their superlative strength. We reaffirm our support for multilateralism, compliance with international law, and for the values of cooperation and solidarity. Last September, we adopted the Pact for the Future in order to breathe new life into multilateralism and expedite the achievement of Agenda 2030. At a time when we prepare to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, this document reaffirms that collective action is necessary to overcome current challenges and those that will arise tomorrow. In this vein, France organized the Summit for a New Global Financing Pact at the beginning of February this year, and also the summit, the AI Action Summit. We must rethink our governance system to render it more effective, more representative, and fairer. We also need to go further when it comes to the climate and biodiversity. This strategy continues to bear fruits, as demonstrated by the adoption of the BBNJ Treaty in 2023. 10 years ago, 195 states gathered together in Paris and decided to resolutely expedite the struggle against climate change, their goal being to limit the average temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We must now get everything battle-ready to ensure that the Paris Accords turn into tangible action. Mr. President, it is because France trusts in the United Nations that we champion an ambitious reform of it. Turning to the Security Council, our position is clear. An expansion of the two membership categories in order to preserve its legitimacy is vital, as well as to increase its representativeness. It is illogical that Africa does not feature among permanent members. That must change. France has for 20 years stated, and this is set forth in the G4 model, that 2 African states must hold permanent seats. Here I reaffirm that their demand for veto power is legitimate. The Security Council must be able to take action and perform its role in terms of the maintenance of international peace and security. The international community has lofty expectations of the Security Council. For Palestine, for Ukraine, for Sudan, and for so many other regions in the world, we must do more. France believes that the veto power is not a privilege to be used at will, but rather a unique responsibility. It is with this in mind that France, since 2015, has, alongside Mexico, championed an initiative to suspend the use of the veto in situations of mass atrocities, that is, crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes on a large scale. 106 states have already extended their support to this initiative, and in the Pact for the Future, we have committed to stepping up our efforts on this matter. Let us prove ourselves worthy of expectations in this regard. Thank you.
I thank France for his statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
President,
and I welcome the contributions to our discussion today from His Excellency Foreign Minister Wang Yi and the Secretary-General. The United Kingdom remains deeply committed to the United Nations. But 80 years since its creation, with more countries engaged in conflict than ever before, we're falling short of its founding mission to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And despite progress on health and education, significant global challenges remain. The climate crisis is accelerating, and the Sustainable Development Goals are off track. Why so? There is more to this than the often mentioned liquidity crisis. In 80 years, UN membership has increased from 51 to 193 member states. But the UN and its institutions are not fully representative of all its members. We now live in a multipolar world, not a bipolar or a unipolar one, and whose challenges, climate, pandemics, cybersecurity, are more transnational than national. As the Secretary-General reminded us, and so many speakers today have reiterated, the Pact of the Future demonstrated a clear desire and a clear commitment to reinvigorate the multilateral system, including through reforming the UN and the international financial system. Together, we need to redouble our efforts and find new ways to address emerging challenges. 2025, the UN's 80th anniversary and a year of key summits, is the first step on this path. Next month, we have the Commission on the Status of Women and the Beijing +30 meeting. In June, we have the UN Oceans Conference. In July, Financing for Development 4. And later in the year, we have the UN Social Summit and COP30 back in Brazil. Together, these summits seek to address our shared concerns. Their success is critical for progress and the UN's reputation as our multilateral home. Second, we need to use the UN more effectively to deliver international peace and security. Such progress must go hand in hand with upholding human rights. This starts, first and foremost, with the defence of the UN Charter, as colleagues have referenced. Nowhere is that more true today than in Ukraine, whose sovereignty and territorial integrity is under threat from Russian aggression. We must work to ensure that all UN tools, including its good offices, are used to deliver and advance peace. For example, Personal Envoy Lamamra has a crucial platform to bring together the warring parties in Sudan. We encourage reinvigorated momentum for mediation efforts, as well as renewed focus on prevention to reduce crises before they happen. This year's Peacebuilding Architecture Review is an important opportunity in this regard. We also need to refresh our peacekeeping approach to ensure missions are fit for purpose and defend UN peacekeepers wherever they serve. Attacks against them are unacceptable. And we honour in particular today MONUSCO peacekeepers who have fallen in defence of civilians in the DRC. Finally, in the face of growing global crises from Sudan to Myanmar, we need to support the UN's development and humanitarian programmes across its agencies. In Gaza, UNRWA, alongside the WFP and UNICEF, provides over 50% of all food aid. We commend OCHA's tireless efforts to reach those in need. Humanitarian access and the protection of aid workers are integral to their successful delivery. In conclusion, President, colleagues, this Council is often characterised as an ineffective geopolitical theatre. While reform of its membership is needed, and the UK supports that, this body has the tools to implement its peace and security mandate. We now need to strengthen our collective will to use them more effectively and, as the Secretary-General has said, in our 80th year, work to build the more peaceful, just and prosperous world that we know is within reach. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Mr. President, for organizing this meeting to review where the UN stands on its principles and purpose as we go into its 80th year. The United States helped found the United Nations after World War II to prevent future global conflicts and promote international peace and security. But UN agencies and bodies overall have drifted from their core missions. We need to take a closer look at where this institution is falling short. For example, there is a long-standing, deep anti-Israel bias within the UN that has only grown stronger since Hamas's brutal attack against Israel on October 7th, 2023. This sentiment was exemplified by the UN Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, when staff were found to have participated in the October 7th terrorist attack. There are even recent reports that its schools and facilities have been used by Hamas. The UN Human Rights Council has protected human rights abusers by allowing them to use the organization to shield themselves from scrutiny. As for the Security Council, it is charged with maintaining international peace and security, but critical issues that demand the Council's attention continually fall by the wayside. Prior to Bashar al-Assad's departure from Syria, Russia used the Security Council to block any action to hold the Assad regime to account for its crimes against humanity. Russia's war in Ukraine is the bloodiest in Europe since the founding of the United Nations after World War II. This war needs to end. China has consistently exploited its status as a developing nation within international organizations to advance its separate agenda. The UN should not be in the business of endorsing any one country's initiatives. So, two of the greatest drivers of instability in the world today hold veto power at the Security Council. That is what we are up against. As mentioned at the outset, the United States has supported the United Nations over these 80 years. We will continue to strongly advocate for peace abroad and for security and stability at home. The United States is currently conducting a review of our support to the UN. We will consider whether the actions of the organization are serving American interests and whether it can be reformed. The United States will not support UN bodies such as the UN Human Rights Council. We will review bodies such as UNESCO, which has a history of anti-Semitism or anti-Israel sentiment within the organization. Colleagues, we are seeing the abuse of international structures for political ends, including by using the International Court of Justice advisory opinions as a way to pursue national agendas. The ICJ has been used by South Africa to accuse Israel of genocide. Unfortunately, the term genocide has been misappropriated to become an international slander. Mr. President, as we look at the tools available to us to promote economic and social development, we need to harness the power of artificial intelligence,
which will have countless revolutionary applications in economic innovation, national security, healthcare, and free expression. America welcomes partnerships with UN member states that foster the creation of AI technology, but we must guard against strangling the development of AI with needless regulations. We must also be wary of attempts to use AI algorithms to rewrite history, surveil users, and censor speech. Mr. President, a few words about sanctions, or so-called illegal unilateral coercive measures. The United States reiterates that its autonomous sanctions programs are consistent with international law. In addition to observing and respecting UN sanctions, the United States and many of our partners legitimately use domestic authorities, carefully regulating our domestic financial systems in a tailored way to address threats to international peace and security. In doing so, we go to tremendous lengths to avoid humanitarian impacts or impacts on the flows of life-saving food and medicine to those in need. Mr. President, in conclusion, the United States supports the UN's return to its founding mission of promoting peace and security around the world. As President Trump has stated, we will be taking a hard look over the next few months on what reforms the UN needs to undertake to get us to that point. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Mr. President, we are encouraged by the leadership of China in organizing today's debate, and we thank Secretary-General for his briefing earlier. Colleagues, soon we will mark 80 years since the end of the Second World War. Devastation and suffering caused by the war led the leaders to unite and establish the UN with the noble motivation, quote, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, end of quote. Our organization and hope for a peaceful future raised as a phoenix out of the ashes of the war, as beautifully depicted by Per Krog's mural for peace hanging in the chamber just behind us or above us. However, as if the core to the raison d'etre of our organization has loosened with time, and as if we are not capable anymore to imagine peace. The conflicts are running at an all-time high. The UN Charter, the international law, international humanitarian law, and the resolutions of this Council are all being undermined and right out violated or ignored without any accountability. Since we have entered the Security Council a year ago, we have been asking ourselves how to revive the spirit of San Francisco. Like Guyana, we are asking ourselves how to rebuild the trust among ourselves and in the Council. And like Sierra Leone, we are wondering how to reverse the erosion of international order based on international law and built around the organization. These questions led us to organize the Leadership for Peace open debate during the Security Council presidency in September last year. Together, we adopted a presidential statement and recommitted to our responsibilities and roles. The number of speakers then and today is a testament of our continuing belief in the United Nations. Mr. President, let me make 3 points on how Slovenia sees the way forward. And they are: focus on what we have in common, address new non-traditional security threats, and protect achievements of the past 8 decades. First, international community joined under the umbrella of the United Nations continues to share most noble aspirations. We committed to a world free of war, world free of fear and free of want. We committed for every human to be able to have her needs, rights and dignity protected and promoted. These goals continue to unite us. Last year we adopted the Pact for the Future, for a world that is safe, peaceful, just, equal, inclusive, sustainable and prosperous. a world in which well-being, security and dignity and solidarity and healthy planet are assured for all humanity. We agree with you, Mr. President, as with many other colleagues who are convinced that the pact is a good and broad enough basis to implement our common aspirations. Second, international community joined under the umbrella of the United Nations should acknowledge the profound global transformation we are experiencing today, a transformation that is adding new, non-traditional concerns to the existing ones. Climate change and environmental threats can fuel conflicts. Water-related risks are a challenge to the resilience of societies. Cyber attacks on critical infrastructure, hospitals and government institutions can bring the world to a standstill. Disregard for safety and protection of nuclear power plants can hinder lives of generations to come. Terrorism continues to threaten security and well-being of all our citizens. These new security concerns don't stop at our borders. They don't recognize regional divisions. They represent our shared concern, our common threat. And the Council should step up efforts in addressing them. So let us commit to fighting these challenges, and let us do it together. UN community is our strength. And my third and last point, international community joined under the umbrella of the United Nations should be proud of its past achievements. A major contribution of the UN with its legal framework is that it enabled the power of rules to replace the rule of power. Even if it doesn't always work properly and in all situations, it provides a protective shield for a great majority of member states against notion of might is right, in the words of my Danish colleague. Violations of the UN Charter, of the international law and international humanitarian law, the erosion of respect for the work of the humanitarian organizations and their staff, disregard for the protection of civilians, especially women and children in armed conflicts, without any accountability, risk driving our world into disorder and chaos. So, colleagues, the Secretary-General Dag Hammarskjöld once observed that it is not big powers who need the UN for their protection. It is all the others. We, the others, the great majority of UN member states, should act accordingly to protect 8 decades of the international system based on rules and the UN Charter, and build consensus to deliver peace, to end with a quote of the current Secretary-General. Thank you.
I thank Slovenia for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Bolivia. I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Landa, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bolivia.
Mr. President, thank you. The plurinational state of Bolivia congratulates the Chinese presidency of the Security Council, and we wish you every success. I wish to convey to you the greetings of our brotherly President Luis Arce Catacora and the greetings of the Bolivian people as we mark the bicentenary of our independence. That date marked the inception of the plurinational state of Bolivia, whose goal was to continue increasing equity and justice for our people. This meeting is being held at a time when the multinational crisis besetting the world is growing ever deeper every day. Today, it is incumbent upon the People's Republic of China to address this challenge in a global context marked by, 1, the worsening of the climate crisis. This climate crisis is seeing many countries facing the real risk of vanishing forevermore as a result of sea level rise. There is also global warming, which is worsening food insecurity. Second, we're seeing the consequences of neo-colonial practices and military occupations waged with a desire to maintain hegemony and control over our natural resources. 3, there is the danger of a far-reaching trade war with grave consequences across all sectors. 4, there is a threat that we will see the genocide against the Palestinian people worsen. 5, there are economic blockades and unilateral coercive measures being used as weapons to subjugate sovereign nations. In view of these threats to peace and the very existence of the planet, the most important challenge now is the implementation of radical change, and urgent change indeed, within the United Nations structure. This particularly holds true for the Security Council. We must restore respect for international law, as well as for human rights, and we must establish inclusive and representative global governance. The use of the veto by the United States to protect Israel's impunity in the case of genocide in Palestine against collective will is a demonstration that the Security Council does not champion the interests of the majority of the world's peoples. We are fighting to shore up the transition towards a multipolar world and towards effective multilateralism. Politically speaking, it is neither proper nor acceptable, if we are to strengthen international relations, that 5 countries determine the fate of humankind as a whole, while at the same time the global south simply looks on from the sidelines. The veto must disappear. States that violate human rights and international law must be suspended from the Security Council. Any increase in the membership of the Security Council must take account of geographical variables as well as climate variables and bear in mind global challenges. We must all listen to each other, and we must all be represented. Mr. President, the journey towards a multipolar world is one in which the BRICS have emerged as a real alternative to the prevailing economic and financial order. Bolivia has opted to strengthen the new development bank of the BRICS to finance our growth, free of the constraints of traditional financial institutions. Mr. President, the defense of human rights must be universal, effective, and impartial. The time has come for this Council to demand that Israel halt its genocidal acts and the forced displacement of Palestinian men and women from their territory. It is our hope that this debate will mark the beginning of a genuine transformation and not simply the beginning of a new round of statements, because the very existence of the planet and human life is at stake and cannot wait. To conclude, I wish to reiterate Bolivia's position, that of our brotherly president, which was expressed in the most recent UN General Assembly. He called for the world to be turned into a zone of peace. I thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Luanda for her statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Peter Szijjártó, Foreign Minister of Hungary.
Thank you so much, dear Minister, my dear friend, dear colleagues. For the couple of recent weeks, we have been living in a totally new global political reality. The outcome of the US presidential elections have changed basically everything. The whole Western world has received a new leader carrying out a patriotic and sovereignistic political strategy, considering national interest as number one, standing on the basis of common sense, going against the woke ideology, and launching a freedom fight against the global dictatorship of the international liberal mainstream. We Hungarians have been doing this for the last 15 years. carrying out a conservative, Christian, patriotic, pro-peace, anti-migration political strategy, for which we have been under tremendous attacks, tremendous and continued attacks carried out by the representatives of the woke ideology and the representatives of international liberal mainstream. And I have to tell you, Mr. President, dear colleagues, that the woke ideology and the international liberal mainstream have poisoned international politics and international relations. Therefore, the last years have become the age of dangers and conflicts. Huge amount of money, multiple tens of billions of dollars have been invested into campaigns, blackmailing and insulting patriotic governments all around the world, interfering into domestic political procedures and elections. International politics have been totally lacking mutual respect. What we had instead? Stigmatization, lecturing, and blackmailing. And we Hungarians have suffered a lot of all these phenomena. Therefore, we welcome the recent changes. We especially cherish that the financial channels of this political strategy of interfering into domestic issues of other countries have been cut, which makes it possible that mutual respect will return as the basis of international politics. Mr. President, we Hungarians have been living in the neighborhood and the shadow of the war in Ukraine, which has put a lot of challenges ahead of us and caused a lot of harms and losses to our country. And we have to tell you that the international liberal mainstream has fueled this conflict by stigmatizing and attacking all of those who had been speaking in favor of peace. We remember the stigmatization, spies, propagandists, friends of whoever. Therefore, a special appreciation should go to those countries who have kept the pro-peace camp alive regardless of the tough circumstances. And a very special appreciation should go to the People's Republic of China to establish the Friends of Group of Peace during the last General Assembly of the United Nations. And dear colleagues, the presidential elections in the US have brought tremendous changes in this case as well. A pro-peace president has been elected. Therefore, we have a bigger hope than ever for the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine. And we welcome that direct, highest possible level meetings have started today between the United States and the Russian Federation. We have been representing this position for 3 years, to keep the channels of communication open, to look for diplomatic solutions, to keep the ties with the Russian Federation. And for this, we had been under tremendous attacks in international politics. We had been saying that there's no solution on the battlefield. You have only dead people, casualties, and destroyment on the battlefield. The only solution comes around the negotiating table. And what is happening now shows that we were right. Although you might say the Hungarians are not right, but the Hungarians will be right for sure. And this has been shown by the recent developments. And I do believe, Mr. President, that the United Nations should adjust itself to this new global political reality. If it is unable to do so, it will lose its significance. We have to be honest to ourselves. During the global dictatorship of international liberal mainstream, United Nations have failed to be the platform for peace. Therefore, the leaders should get out of their comfort zones, out of the ivory tower, and come forward with innovative proposals for reforms. How to eliminate the function overlaps, how to eliminate useless functions, how to cut costs, and how to increase the effectiveness. And we, Hungary, as a home of many branches of UN organizations, hosting, for example, the second largest anti-terror department of this organization, we are ready to take our fair share. So if there's a decision for decentralization or outsourcing activities from New York, we are happy to host more in Hungary. So, Mr. President, let me cherish the efforts of the People's Republic of China to keep the pro-peace camp alive in the recent years. Now we hope that the activities of this camp will come to reality. We wish all the best for the United States and the Russian Federation for the direct negotiations. We hope that today's meeting succeeded well, and we hope for a successful summit sometimes in the near future. A good American-Russian relationship is good news to the world as well. And we, Mr. President, stand ready for the new age of global reality, and we are ready to take our fair share when it comes to making the world a better place again. Thank you so much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Sujarto for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abubakar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda.
Mr. President, members of the Council, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, it is very humbling and a great honor for Uganda to have been invited to join you in the debate about multilateralism and global governance. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the Secretary-General for his briefing and all the previous speakers for their illuminating contributions to this debate. Mr. President, let me on the outset share with you some quotes. Mr. Hubert Védrine, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of France, said, I quote, "We cannot accept either a politically unipolar world, nor a culturally uniform world, nor a unilateralism of a single hyperpower." End of quote. Kofi Annan, former Secretary-General of the United Nations, said, and I quote, "There is a certain tendency on the part of some Americans to treat the UN as a multilateralism a la carte, where you pick and choose where it suits you, and where it doesn't suit you, you pull back." John F. Kerry, former Secretary of State of the United States, said, and I quote, "I think we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the UN. As we celebrate the 7th anniversary of the UN, it is a good moment to rekindle our efforts to make multilateralism work again. And I am proud to say that in the Iran agreement, I think we did show that it can work." End of quote. Today, the world is in a state of flux. What with the myriad of challenges around issues of climate change, geopolitical tensions, threatening world peace and security, and pandemics, among others. Yet, there is a palpable loss of trust on the age-old institutions and mechanisms of solving them. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the founding of the UN, it is most fitting that the world reflects on options available for solving these challenges. For example, to what extent can we still rely on multilateralism? I must therefore thank the President of the Council for choosing this subject and shining a light on it for our attention. Multilateralism, often understood as a cooperation among multiple nations to address shared challenges, has been the cornerstone of global governance, most especially since the mid-20th century. Rooted in the principles of collective action and shared responsibility, it has evolved significantly over time, facing both triumphs and trials. Multilateralism emerged more prominently after World War II with the establishment of the UN in 1945 as its flagship institution. The UN Charter laid the foundation for international cooperation, emphasizing principles such as sovereign equality, peaceful dispute resolution, and the rejection of use of force. Over the decades, multilateralism expanded both horizontally. For example, the United Nations membership grew from 51 members to now 193, and vertically by incorporating non-state actors like the NGOs and private organizations. The post-Cold War era saw a surge in multilateral efforts with the rise of global governance frameworks addressing common challenges like trade with the formation of the World Trade Organization, climate change with the signing of Paris Agreement, and public health with the formation of the World Health Organization. In spite of this, it is always important for us to remember that multilateralism has always been work in progress, balancing universal aspirations with the realities of power politics. Despite this apparent achievement, multilateralism continues to face significant challenges, particularly now in the 21st century. These challenges range from structural impediments, rising nationalism and populism, power shifts in the global arena, global crisis, to loss of trust in the system. The UN Security Council veto system and the lack of equitable representation for especially developing countries hinders effective decision-making. Take, for example, the African continent, with a population of now more than 1.4 billion people, having no representation at the permanent seats category. Compare this with Europe, with a population of about 500 million people with 3 permanent seats. We could make the UN Security Council more representative and effective if we considered expanding both the permanent categories and the non-permanent categories, particularly by rectifying the injustices meted out to Africa and granting Africa 2 seats in the permanent category and 3 additional seats in the non-permanent category. Many world leaders have disavowed multilateral agreements, prioritizing unilateral actions instead. For example, when you withdraw from the Paris Climate Change Agreement or from the World Health Organization, you are effectively condemning multilateralism to doom. The 21st century is significantly different from the 20th century. Nations that didn't exist then are members of the UN now. Significant economic progress in a number of countries, particularly in the global south, now means power dynamics have shifted. The shift has major implications. Parallel structures have emerged, and Western domination of institutions is now challenged. The recent outbreak of COVID-19 significantly exposed limitations of the existing multilateral mechanism in coordinating global response. The above scenario have led to polarization and inequality, weakened trust in the multilateral institutions, making collective action more difficult. As John F. Kerry, whom I quoted earlier, did indicate, there is a need to rebuild trust and confidence in the global institutions. The picture I have painted above is rather depressing and fatalistic. However, you could examine ways and options to make multilateralism adapt to contemporary realities and become robust and effective in dealing with existing challenges. I would like to propose that we look at the following. 1, we must endeavor to introduce inclusive reforms. Efforts must be undertaken to modernize the UN, the World Trade Organization, and many other institutions so that they better reflect the current realities. These reforms should better reflect the priorities of the developing countries and ensure geographically diverse representation. 2, we must adopt a multi-stakeholder approach involving NGOs, private actors, and civil society in global governance can foster more flexible and responsive solutions. 3, we should take advantage of technological advances. Digital tools and platforms can enable new forms of collaboration. However, we must remain wary of challenges of interference and data governance issues. 4, initiatives like the UN Foundation's Our Future Agenda are harnessing the energy and creativity of the youth to drive innovative solutions to sustainable development. Such initiatives must be supported. 5, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Pact for the Future provide a roadmap for renewed international cooperation, emphasizing equity and intergenerational responsibility. In conclusion, it is important to note that multilateralism, while facing significant challenges, remains indispensable for addressing global issues that transcend national borders. Its history demonstrates resilience and adaptability. Its future depends on the willingness of state and non-state actors to reimagine and to revitalize the system. As the world grapples with existential threats like climate change, pandemics, and geopolitical tensions, the need for effective multilateralism has never been greater. By embracing inclusivity, innovation, and solidarity, humanity can redefine what is possible together. I thank you, Mr. President. I thank you all for listening to me.
I thank His Excellency General Abu Bakr for his statement. I now give the floor to Vice Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Mr. Al-Hariji.
معالي السيد وانغ يي عضو المكتب السياسي اللجنة المركزية
Mr. Wang Yi, member of the Political Bureau of the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China, the United Nations Secretary-General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may the peace, mercy and blessings of Allah be upon you. Allow me to begin by congratulating you on your presidency of the Council this month, and allow me to extend my sincere thanks for inviting us to this discussion to discuss ways to implement international multilateralism and reform global governance and its complementary mechanisms. Indeed, this meeting is being held among the most sensitive and delicate junctures, which leads us to identify the shortcomings that are preventing international multilateralism from fully playing its role. I must, of course, thank the Secretary-General for his valuable briefing and for the efforts that he is making constantly for international peace and security. Mr. President, in light of the changes that the world is undergoing, it has become necessary to move towards strengthening the ability of the international system to maintain international peace and security in accordance with the United Nations Charter. It goes without saying that the increasing challenges facing the international community and the current bloody incidents call for effective action and firm responses from the multilateral system, and particularly from the Security Council. which is responsible for acting neutrally and objectively on all issues on its agenda. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reaffirms the need to combine effectiveness on the one hand and multilateralism and equitable representation on the other hand in any serious effort to reform global governance. What we need is better representation of all of the regions of the world and greater participation from developing countries in adopting global agenda and in decision-making. We also need to guarantee that the United Nations action is truly effective in terms of maintaining international peace and security. It should do this by consolidating international cooperation, without which no single country can reach effective and successful solutions. In this context, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia reaffirms that intergovernmental negotiations on reforming the multilateral system should be carried out through the General Assembly in accordance with Resolution 557/62 adopted by consensus. The arbitrary use of the right of veto and the issue of fair and equitable representation, as well as the issue of the expansion of the Security Council, are urgent matters that call for us to act seriously and objectively. We must, at the same time, ensure the equal representation of geographical and regional groups. Mr. President, we are currently witnessing an increasing crisis of confidence in the ability of the United Nations and its bodies, in particular the Security Council, to fully carry out their responsibilities in maintaining international peace and security and settle conflicts by peaceful means. This calls on us to assess the current situation and, in multilateral action, to find the best possible solutions for reform. It goes also without saying that the efforts of the Working Group on Documentation and updating Note 507 on the Security Council's methods of work are a step in the right direction towards improving the Security Council's methods of work, particularly in light of the negative consequences of the use of veto on ensuring international peace and security. The unjustified use of the right of veto has proven that it in no way serves the cause of international peace and security. Rather, it contradicts the noble objectives and purposes of the United Nations Charter. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with a view to ensuring that we can reach the noble aims of the United Nations, reiterates its call for a reform of the Security Council so that it can be more equitable and representative, to better represent today's realities, and so that it is up to the job of keeping pace with transformations within the international community. Reform is also called for to ensure that it is more efficient in how it achieves our common goals. To conclude, I trust that today's meeting will contribute to strengthening the role of the United Nations in international multilateral action and reforming global governance. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. El-Hareji for his statement. I now give the floor to Vice Foreign Minister of Cuba, Mr. de Cosio.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the People's Republic of China and President of the Security Council. We support the statement delivered by the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela on behalf of the Group of Friends in Defense of the United Nations Charter. We value highly the initiative of convening this open debate. We recognize China's relevant role in defending multilateralism, diplomacy, global development, and peace. As we approach the commemoration of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the world stands at a complex crossroads, characterized by serious and growing threats to international peace and security, and a gradual erosion of the foundations underpinning this very organization. Today's meeting invites us to reflect on its essential role in preserving international peace and security. We have witnessed the withdrawal of the greatest global power from international bodies, with utter contempt for their important work. We have witnessed the support and involvement of this great power with no ethical nor moral misgivings in the expansion of the genocide against the Palestinian people. We have witnessed statements on plans to take land and on ethnic cleansing and annexation. We have witnessed the heightening of the racist and supremacist ideology, the violation of environment agreements in the interest of transnational corporations, without a thought for the risks to the sustainability of life on our planet. In light of this challenging scenario, we reaffirm the importance of the role of the United Nations as the main bulwark to tackle global threats and attempts to undermine international cooperation and dialogue. Full respect for the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and the rules of international law, as well as the defense of multilateralism, are all vital in this international scenario, which is becoming increasingly dangerous and complicated, and where the security and well-being of our nations are facing unprecedented challenges. We reiterate the appeal to urgently embark on deep-rooted transformations of this organization to benefit present and future generations. In the same vein, we oppose trends to privatize the organization and to turn it into an instrument to represent the interests of the great powers and great transnational capital. It's increasingly clear that the world needs to look towards building a new international order involving us all. A debate such as this can help, and Cuba is committed to contributing. This must be an order in which all nations are able to contribute and to be truly represented on an equal footing. It must be a sustainable social justice, equitable prosperity, respect for cultural, ethnic, and religious plurality. It must be an order that promotes democratic access to science and technology and to human rights for all, not only for the privileged elite. It must be an order based on solidarity, on cooperation, and on respect for the right of every country to choose its political, economic, and social system without foreign interference. The role of the General Assembly must be revitalized and strengthened without meddling from the Security Council in its work. It's urgent to reform the Security Council itself and to turn it into a truly transparent, inclusive, democratic and representative body that can effectively shoulder its responsibility of maintaining international peace and security, and that can act without double standards to preserve the credibility of the United Nations. Cuba's presence on the arbitrary United States list of states that allegedly sponsor terrorism, that government publishes as a coercive tool, is an act of aggression, an act that quite rightly triggers the rejection of the international community. It is a gross manipulation of the fight against terrorism. It's a way of attacking countries that it identifies as adversaries for the simple act of defending their sovereignty and their right to self-determination. It is further a blatant manifestation of the problems of the current international order. While unilateral coercive economic measures are persistently applied as a tool to achieve foreign policy goals, and while there is no let-up in punitive approaches to developing countries, we cannot talk about real and inclusive multilateralism for all. In Cuba, we have supported the global initiatives proposed by China. They are an expression of its determination to defend peace around the world, to defend dialogue and international cooperation, to defend equality among nations and peoples, to defend complementarity and the rejection of hegemonism and unilateral coercive measures. Humanity needs solidarity, cooperation, and dialogue. It needs less egoism, imposition, and coercion. Humanity deserves steadfast and renewed commitment to multilateralism, to guarantee peaceful coexistence, to preserve international peace and security, and to find lasting solutions to systemic problems. You will always be able to count on Cuba in this endeavor. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Fernando Stocosio for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Fedor Rosacha, Director General, Directorate for International Organizations of Human Rights, Ministry for Foreign and European Affairs of Slovakia.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this open debate on the important issue of multilateralism and improving global governance. I would also like to thank Secretary-General Guterres for his statement to the Council. The theme of today's debate is of utmost relevance for all of us and all of our citizens. We all share a common interest in a workable international system, particularly in the context of international peace and security. And we all should continue to make every effort to further the peaceful purposes of the United Nations. Mr. President, before I start, I would like to align myself with the statement to be delivered by the European Union. I would like to add a few additional comments from a national perspective. The first point I would like to emphasize is that we are at a time of profound global transformation. The world today is becoming more multipolar and fragmented. However, this does not mean the world has to become less multilateral. To the contrary, global governance and cooperation must be the foundation for the changing world that brings new challenges but also offers new possibilities for collaboration. In any event, the United Nations role as the guarantor of international legal order and rule of law must not just be preserved, but actively strengthened in the future. The second point I would like to raise concerns the functioning of the Security Council in managing peace and security in today's world. The UN Charter specifies that the Council acts on behalf of all UN members. The Security Council must not be passive in the face of conflicts, crises, and atrocities. In a contemporary world, we need credible, timely, and decisive action by the Council in exercise of its primary responsibility under the UN Charter. No people should feel abandoned by the international community in this regard. Lastly, Mr. President, I want to speak about the critical importance of implementing the Pact for the Future, adopted at the United Nations by Member States last September. The Pact is the most comprehensive international agreement in years. Its adoption was an important success for multilateralism and the rules-based global order. The Pact is also a strong commitment on the part of the international community to reform the UN work on international peace and security. In order to make the most of this new impetus, we must now work together to turn ambitions of the Pact into concrete results and improvements. The Security Council too must play its part and act on the key action points proposed in the Pact that are of relevance to the Council and the international peace and security matters. I thank you very much for your attention.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Rosacha for his statement. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Mariana Bacha, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine.
Mr. President, Ukraine commends the initiative of the Presidency of China to hold this important debate and takes note of the briefers' presentations. As it rightly pointed out in the concept paper for this debate, our world has entered a new period of turbulence and changes. This means, in particular, that the foundations of multilateralism that was supposed to be the bedrock of the global security and stability are under immense strain. The Russian Federation's war of aggression against Ukraine is among the starkest manifestations of this crisis. The very institutions, first and foremost the UN, rooted in international law and designed to prevent such conflicts, unfortunately failed to stop the aggressor. It is true, as the concept note reminds, that thanks to the UN efforts, no new world war has happened. However, this offers little consolation to those Ukrainians whose towns have been completely destroyed, to the scale comparable to or even exceeding the devastation of the Second World War. This war is not only about Ukraine. This war is not only about Europe. The Russian Federation has turned food and energy into weapons, exacerbating global crisis. Its manipulation of energy supplies has destabilized markets far beyond Europe. Its nuclear threats undermine decades of non-proliferation efforts. This is a direct assault on global security and stability. Moreover, suffering, destruction, and casualties are not confined to Ukraine only. They are also endured in other conflicts across the globe, in particular in Africa and the Middle East. Beyond this, we confront the attempts to undermine the credibility and efficiency of key multilateral institutions from inside. Nowhere are these malicious attempts more evident than in this particular chamber, where a state that wages a war of aggression enjoys the privilege of permanent seat and veto power. The Security Council cannot serve its primary function if it is paralyzed by those who actively undermine this mission. The situation exposes a structural flaw within the Security Council and in the existing global governance system as a whole. To address it, our multilateral system must be strengthened with preventive and enforcement mechanism. We're convinced that concrete actions are required to ensure that a state in the permanent seat, which is involved in a conflict or a situation that the Council is considering, is limited in the exercise of its veto right, as it cannot do it impartially due to a conflict of interest. If irresponsible behavior, even from the permanent seat, comes at a cost, the integrity and efficiency of our platform will be secured. If the UN begins to resemble a boxing ring with fighters, their supporters and passive spectators, the prospects for the global security will be very bleak. Distinguished colleagues, achieving comprehensive, just and lasting peace for Ukraine will be a litmus test for multilateralism, and it will be also a litmus test for the UN. As most of you are aware, we have submitted a draft resolution of the General Assembly on the matter dedicated to the anniversary of the full-scale war of Russia against Ukraine. It will be adopted on February 24th. In that draft, we in particular propose to acknowledge multilateral processes aimed at achieving just peace consistent with this charter, with the UN Charter, as well as efforts by various members in presenting their visions for settlement. It is a question now if we, as a global community, can uphold the fundamental principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity enshrined in the UN Charter. Or will we allow aggression and impunity to set dangerous precedents for future conflicts? The answer will determine whether multilateralism remains a viable mechanism for global peace or whether it will erode into irrelevance. We believe that international support for Ukraine's fight for freedom and independence implies joint upholding the territorial integrity and sovereignty as imperative principles of international law, as well as returning to the respect for the UN Charter. I encourage you to support this draft, as it will be the right answer to the above questions. We are confident that support of Ukraine in a situation of illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified Russia's war of aggression means support of the territorial integrity as a UN principle. Ukraine, in its turn, stands ready to work with all responsible nations to ensure that the UN is not just a forum for statements, but a force for action. We urge this Council to rise to the challenge and take decisive steps forward, towards meaningful reform. The cost of inaction is too high. It's not just for Ukraine, but for the future of multilateralism and the international order itself. Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency Ms. Petra for her statement. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes in order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously. I now give the floor to the representative of Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Arab group. And through you, Mr. President, I would like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Wang Yi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. And I would like to thank you and commend you for convening this important debate, as it highlights one of the most important topics that is before us repeatedly, namely safeguarding international peace and security through the practice of multilateralism, reforming and improving of global governance. Our session today allows us the opportunity to discuss and assess our joint responsibility towards our commitment towards the principles and goals of the UN Charter, which is one of the main pillars of global multilateral action and the best method to address the current threats. Mr. President, we convene today at a very critical and sensitive moment. The world is witnessing growing political, economic, social, environmental, interconnected and unprecedented complex crises, placing the international multilateral system before a test that might be the most difficult and the most urgent since 1945. Accordingly, members of the Security Council should work in a unified and collective manner, in addition to the cooperation and synergies within the international community by overcoming the severe divisions and the deepening disputes that face the ability of the international community to undertake its responsibility in accordance with the UN Charter. To fulfill these principles, there are a number of equally important principles that should constitute a cornerstone for international relations. Despite the fact that 80 years has passed since the adoption of the principles and ideas of the UN Charter, the Palestinian question remains the most prominent litmus test of the credibility and legitimacy of the UN Charter. It is a pivotal question that is directly and closely linked to the principles and objectives of the Charter, particularly, or namely, the right of peoples to self-determination, the prohibition of use of force in non-common interests. Additionally, the Palestinian question is in line with all kinds of international legal legitimacy. There are General Assembly resolutions, Security Council resolutions, and Human Rights Council resolutions, in addition to a decision by ICC on the 21st of November regarding war crimes and crimes against humanity, in addition to the historic advisory opinion of the ICJ issued on 19th of July, last July, that has stood for the right and the principles of the UN Charter that we have all accepted when we joined this organization. However, the occupation's continued violation of international laws and norms for decades without accountability sends a dangerous message that will be inherited by the future generations regarding the effectiveness and the capacity of the international system. We should note here that the UN was established in order to safeguard international peace and security, ensure the non-repetition of the mistakes of the past. Accordingly, and in this vein, we cannot disregard the systemic defiance to the Charter, in addition to the unilateral practices that violate all international laws and norms. As we see the occupying power insisting on its brutal attacks and its desperate dream by calling for the forced displacement of the Palestinian people, thus threatening regional stability and obstructing the efforts to achieve permanent peace. We reiterate the need for the Security Council to shoulder its responsibility to ensure the sustainability of the ceasefire agreement in line with its Resolution 2735, in addition to de-escalating tensions in the West Bank and the remaining occupied Palestinian territory, ensuring the protection of civilians, allowing the entry of humanitarian aid in a sustainable manner into Gaza Strip, and the resumption of the political and peace process to guarantee the right of Palestinian people to self-determination and establishment of its independent state on their national territory. We should not forget what we have witnessed last year, towards the end of last year, within the Israeli Knesset regarding the legislation that were endorsed to ban the work of UNRWA in the occupied Palestinian territory. This was a direct result of the absence of accountability for violating all international norms for more than 1 year. Everybody should be aware that this action is a clear violation of Article 95 of the UN Charter. Mr. President, instruments provided for within the UN Charter regarding safeguarding international peace and security are subject to the unity and consensus of the Security Council members. Over the past years and decades, we saw the Council fail to shoulder its responsibility towards solving some of the crises as a result of the geopolitical divisions and the arbitrary use of the veto right. Accordingly, we call upon the Security Council to fulfill their responsibility. Membership comes with great responsibility. The mechanism for taking decisions within the Council should be inclusive, transparent, efficient, effective, and democratic in order to face all the existing and future risks and challenges. They need to take all the measures to ensure respect of the Council's resolutions and their full implementation, particularly as they relate to the Palestinian question, without excluding any of these instruments, including those stipulated by Chapter 7 of the Charter. In addition to the principles and goals of the Charter, there are a number of tools and instruments within the Charter that, if operationalized as desired by the members of the Council, then many regional and international challenges would have been addressed. Under Chapter 6, for example, we find a very important instrument to settle conflicts. The Council should be able to operationalize it and invoke it more often through peaceful settlement of conflicts, disputes, through negotiations, mediation, or arbitration, or other peaceful means that can be selected. In this vein, we also reiterate the importance of giving priority or more importance to preventive measures by the Council to prevent conflicts by addressing the conflicts and the crisis at their early stages. In line with the above, the Arab group calls for critical and decisive measures by fully operationalizing all the Charter provisions and empowering this Council to fulfill its role to implement and strengthen preventive diplomacy. Implementing such tasks fully would enhance the capacity of the multilateral system to show more resilience and address security issues before they become serious threats. In conclusion, Mr. President, the Arab group reiterates its full commitment to the unilateral system, in addition to its interest on strengthening collaboration, constructive collaboration among member states to achieve global peace and stability. In addition to the role of the UN in guaranteeing the achievement of justice and equality for all peoples and for all countries, we support the noble efforts and the good offices of the UN within the main three pillars, namely peace and security, sustainable development, and human rights. Thank you for your attention.
我感谢科威特代表的发言，下面我请哈萨克斯坦代表发言。
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates,
各位
I extend my sincere congratulations to China on assuming the presidency of the Security Council. I commend the Chinese delegation for fostering a reflective dialogue on 80 years of multilateralism at a time when the world faces growing geopolitical tensions, economic instability, and rapid technological change. My President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, has consistently emphasized that the United Nations remains unparalleled as the sole universal organization serving as the cornerstone of global cooperation and progress. Kazakhstan has called for multilateral institutions to evolve, becoming agile, inclusive, and representative to meet contemporary challenges. These include advancing solutions to climate change, combating cyber threats, addressing pandemics, and navigating the rise of emerging technologies. For this, sustainable financing and clear purpose-driven framework are essential. Strengthening the United Nations and reforming the Security Council is central to global progress. Kazakhstan supports initiatives to make the Council more effective and inclusive by ensuring equitable regional representation, particularly for middle powers and developing nations, and fostering greater collaboration with regional security mechanisms. This would enable more coordinated responses to global crises. The Pact for the Future offers a pivotal opportunity to reform global governance. It advocates for greater inclusion of developing nations in the decision-making process, the establishment of resilient financial and debt relief systems, and robust climate financing frameworks to advance sustainable development. Upholding the UN Charter and principles of international humanitarian law, alongside creating strong accountability mechanisms, is imperative for effective governance. Kazakhstan's commitment to multilateralism is evident in its peace and security efforts. As a global leader in nuclear non-proliferation, we voluntarily renounced nuclear weapons, played a key role in the creation of nuclear weapon-free zone in Central Asia. Our peace-building initiatives, such as the Astana Peace Process on Syria, the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, and platforms like Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building in Asia, and C5+1 formats, further demonstrate Kazakhstan's proactive role in fostering regional and global stability. We advocate for greater access to technology, digital infrastructure, and capacity building for nations in special situations, including landlocked developing countries, least developed countries, and small island developing states. This is essential for building resilience against contemporary threats and accelerating their development. Kazakhstan also emphasizes stronger regional collaboration for sustainable development in Central Asia. We urge partnerships between the UN, international financial institutions, and the private sector to drive progress on sustainable development goals. Central Asia's strategic role as a stability hub and connectivity bridge between East and West must be strengthened. We fully support ongoing UN reforms, spearheaded by Secretary-General António Guterres, which prioritize accountability, transparency, and improved coordination across UN entities. As a former member of the Security Council, Kazakhstan has championed all the time the nexus between peace and security and sustainable development, and we continue to call for a revitalized UN system, including a strengthened General Assembly, ECOSOC, and Security Council. Kazakhstan proposes an innovative approach to reforming global governance. We advocate formalizing the United Nations Regional Center for Sustainable Development Goals for Central Asia and Afghanistan, based in Almaty, and operationalize it through voluntary contributions. This center, already hosting multi-country agencies, will enhance interagency coordination and provide an integrated approach to regional development and security challenges. As my president recently stated, no country can tackle today's challenges alone. Kazakhstan calls on all nations to unite and take decisive action to build a safer, more peaceful and just world for future generations. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Kazakhstan for the statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of Indonesia.
Mr. President, I thank China for convening this meeting and the Secretary-General for his briefing. This meeting is truly timely. The need for reform has never been greater from the day the UN was established. And let us start with a frank assessment. The multilateral system today is in profound crisis. The absence of a major global war does not mean that peace prevails. In fact, the very system designed to prevent conflicts is under siege, both externally and internally. Too often, multilateralism is embraced only when convenient and discarded when not. Too often, international law and international humanitarian law are confined merely in the eyes of the beholders rather than universally upheld. And sadly, some of the founding members of the UN now seem to be least keen to uphold multilateralism. As the UN nears its 80th year, we must ask ourselves, will it continue to stand as a pillar of hope or a shattered mirror of broken promises? We must confront the uncomfortable truth. Do we really seek the common good or flaunt multilateralism as a tool for narrow interests? Against this backdrop, allow me to highlight 3 points. First, the Council must uphold the principles of multilateralism, not in words, but in action. Multilateralism only works when all nations commit to its principles. Yet the Council's failure in stopping humanitarian catastrophes from Gaza to Sudan, from Ukraine to Myanmar, expose a harsh reality. Selective multilateralism is no multilateralism at all. We must shift our paradigm from the pursuit of hegemony to one of collective peace and shared prosperity. This requires upholding the principles of inclusivity, equality, solidarity, and true partnership. Second, the Council must restore the sanctity of international law. Double standard and selective application of international law are increasingly becoming the new normal. This shall not continue to happen. It breeds cynicism, erodes trust in the multilateral system, tearing down the very foundation of global order. One of the core issues is whether the veto has been used to uphold or sidestep international law and international humanitarian law. Has the veto become part of the solution or part of the problem? Are there enough safeguards in place to ensure accountability, to ensure impunity is applied to all? There are indeed many pertinent questions. All demand answers. And this leads me to the third point. The Council must lead the way in reforming our multilateral system. The world is changing, conflicts are changing, and so must our approach. We must rethink outdated structures and address the imbalances in decision-making. Indonesia remains committed to advocating for a reformed Security Council that is more fit for purpose, more representative, and more effective in addressing the new realities. However, reform must not stop at the Council itself. To strengthen global responses, we must also improve how the Council connects with other UN bodies, including the complementarity authority of the General Assembly. Mr. President, the UN 80th anniversary is not a time for complacency. It is a call to urgent action. It is time for us to push for real and meaningful reform, including by implementing the Pact for the Future, so that the UN can remain relevant in the next 80 years ahead. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Indonesia for the statement. Now I'll give the floor to the representative of Romania.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I would also like to thank you for convening this meeting on such a topical issue. We strongly believe in the validity and long-standing value of the principles and purposes enshrined in the UN Charter for the rules-based order with the United Nations at its center. In the journey since the creation of the United Nations, the world has witnessed an ebb and flow of attempts to erode the multilateral system created in 1945. The fundamental values of the UN Charter and international law stood the test of time because they were created on strong foundations: the sovereign equality of states, mutual cooperation, the obligation to settle any dispute through peaceful means, not force, and the resort to independent international courts to interpret and apply international law. Our international system also stands on solid ground with checks and balances that make possible to move forward with the three pillars of the United Nations action. No system is perfect, and the UN is no exception. However, it is not outdated. We must continue to strive for a UN that is more inclusive and more responsive to the current needs and realities. That is the only way to achieve an effective multilateralism based on international law and with the UN at its center. Any adjustment must be rooted in a constructive approach, one that wants to build, not to destroy. And we must not shy away from further reforming this organization, adapting it to present and future challenges, as long as we remain committed to the values and principles that founded the United Nations decades ago. Two recent examples serve as an inspiration. We negotiated a new treaty to protect biodiversity in the high seas. Many states, including Romania, have signed this important treaty and are in the process of ratifying it. And we will soon start negotiations for the first UN Convention to prevent and punish crimes against humanity. And we enter these negotiations in good faith with the idea to improve them, not to revise the fundamental rules, but rather to consolidate the legal framework. Mr. President, despite a new surge of global discontent with the multilateral system, effective multilateralism is the answer to our challenges. This is the key lesson learned for the past 80 years. We have the mechanisms to maintain international peace and security, to pave the way for development, and to ensure the protection of human rights. Our leaders collectively reinforced this pledge in the Pact for the Future. And the Pact is the most compelling reflection of our continued and resolute trust in the multilateral system and the need to bolster our efforts to ensure the United Nations is adequately equipped to respond to the most pressing issues of global governance. Mr. President, practicing multilateralism is respecting international law and rejecting any violation of sacred principles such as sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. They remain at the core of any effort, and they are also reflected in the upcoming General Assembly resolution on advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Irrespective of the color of the flag, out of all 193 member states that are hoisted outside the headquarters of the United Nations, any attempt to violate these principles cannot be endorsed as business as usual. We stand up in the defense of the UN Charter principles, and this is the legacy of our forefathers, and this is the legacy we are expected to pass to future generations. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Romania for the statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of Austria.
Excellencies, Mr. President, first of all, let me commend you for convening today's open debate, and I am particularly pleased to address the Council as the new permanent representative of the Republic of Austria today. 80 years ago, the United Nations were founded on the ashes of war and built on the hope that dialogue would prevail over division. Today, the question is not whether multilateralism is needed, but how we can adapt it to meet today's needs and indeed the needs of the next 80 years and beyond. Against this backdrop, allow me to focus on three main issues today. First, our current multilateral system might not be perfect, but it remains our only and our best chance to address common concerns. In light of the multitude of challenges we all face, we need to keep up the art of compromise. We haven't seen so much of this lately. The vast interest in today's debate is testimony to this belief. Yet, if our institutions are to remain effective, they must evolve, as our colleague from Romania has said as well. The Security Council in particular must better reflect the realities of the 21st century. This entails a more representative membership, reflective of the diversity of nations, and is crucial to ensure the full participation also of smaller and medium-sized states in the Council. As a member of the ACT group, Austria has consistently, as you know, advocated for a more transparent, accountable and inclusive Security Council. All of us, but especially this Council, bears a responsibility to defend and uphold the rule of law. And I would like to emphasize it is our UN Charter, not the charter of a few, but it is our UN Charter, and it should serve as a universal yardstick that we all agreed to when joining the United Nations. Therefore, we encourage all states to support the ACT Code of Conduct. We call on the Council to advance reform by implementing the Pact for the Future's interim measures, including the implementation of Article 27.3 of the United Nations Charter, and welcome the positive impact of the veto initiative. Finally, my own country, Austria, remains committed to continue its role as a reliable partner. As a smaller state that is not a member of any military alliance, multilateralism is in our DNA. Multilateralism is essential for our security policy, and we will stand up for existing disarmament and non-proliferation regimes in place that are now increasingly being challenged. Moreover, climate change and the use of new technologies are issues that no one can tackle alone, not even large countries. This is why Austria believes that institutions need to deliver to the people, and this is why we have been very much engaged in helping advance the dialogue on the reform of the Security Council. My predecessor was particularly active in this, as you know. Through a new model of networked multilateralism, we support efforts to enhance the effectiveness of UN peace operations. which we have promoted through a series of seminars, retreats, and roundtables, all in the spirit of advancing a real dialogue, together with the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs and the Department of Peace Operations here at the HQ. Austria is fully committed to come to an end, Mr. President, to acting on these principles when it next has the honor to serve as a member of the Security Council, if indeed we're elected, and of course we hope for your support at the upcoming elections in 2026. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Austria for their statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of New Zealand.
I have the honour to deliver this statement on behalf of a group of 61 member states: Albania, Australia, Austria, Bahrain, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Cape Verde, Canada, Costa Rica, Croatia, Czechia, Denmark, Dominican Republic, Djibouti, Ecuador, El Salvador, Estonia, Fiji, Finland, Georgia, Germany, Guatemala, Jamaica, Jordan, Kuwait, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Liberia, Libya, Liechtenstein, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Maldives, Malta, Marshall Islands, Mexico, Moldova, Monaco, Netherlands, Norway, Palau, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Timor-Leste, Turkey, Samoa, San Marino, Singapore, Slovakia, Spain, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sweden, Switzerland, Qatar, Ukraine, and my own country, New Zealand. We welcome today's open debate as a timely opportunity to consider the central tenets of the United Nations as embodied in its charter: effective multilateralism, the maintenance of international law, and the rule of law. As my Austrian colleague said, founded in the ashes of World War II, the United Nations is fundamentally an international peace and security organisation, and it is this Council that has the primary responsibility in this regard. And yet, we are faced with a reality where the Council is increasingly unable to live up to this responsibility. Major crises and conflicts are too often met by inaction and paralysis. We have also continued to witness with alarming frequency the use of the veto, whereby the Council is prevented from taking effective action in line with its mandate. The application of the veto, not to mention those resolutions discarded due to the threat of a veto, undermines multilateral approaches. This favours contestation over cooperation on matters of international peace and security. Its effect is one of disillusionment and mistrust. President, despite their imperfections, we as a group remain committed to finding ways to contemporise our multilateral institutions so that they are best positioned to respond to the collective challenges we face, particularly as they relate to international peace and security. We are pleased that the Pact for the Future contains many elements that, when implemented, will better enable the Council to deliver on its mandate, a mandate that requires the Council to act on behalf of all of us. We have all agreed on the urgency of further and meaningful Security Council reform. The Pact calls for the full implementation of the Charter, highlighting Article 27.3, which obliges parties to a dispute to abstain from voting on relevant Chapter 6 resolutions. If any lack of clarity on the scope or definition of this clause is the reason this Charter obligation has not been honoured in full, it must be addressed as a matter of priority. Importantly, the Pact also includes language which aims to strengthen the relationship between this Council and the General Assembly. The General Assembly, where all 193 member states are represented, is the very embodiment of multilateralism. Under the Charter, the Security Council is afforded primary but not exclusive responsibility for international peace and security. Chapter 4 makes clear that the General Assembly too has a role and responsibility in this regard. The Pact is explicit on the ability of the Assembly to take action. General Assembly Resolutions 377 and 76/262 on the Emergency Special Session and the Veto Initiative, respectively, established important platforms for action in the General Assembly. President, the Pact also requires us to revitalise the General Assembly while we work in tandem to reform this Council. Our goal must be to ensure that the UN as a whole is able to act on matters of international peace and security, fulfil the mandate we have given it by signing the Charter, and deliver for the people we serve. The Council and Assembly must work more closely as envisaged in the Charter and in the spirit of multilateralism. The General Assembly must strengthen its peace and security role when the Council cannot act. The recently published Assembly for Peace Handbook, commissioned by the President of the General Assembly, outlines the breadth of precedent that the General Assembly can draw from in this respect. The Council, in turn, should increasingly recognise General Assembly action on matters of international peace and security and draw inspiration from General Assembly products and actions in the formulation of Council resolutions and products. Finally, delivering on our collective commitment to multilateralism and international rule of law hinges on the implementation of the commitments made at the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the representative of New Zealand. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
Mr. President, I would like to begin by commending China for its leadership of the Security Council this month and by thanking Minister Wang for presiding over this important meeting this morning. I also thank Secretary-General Guterres for his contribution earlier today. Mr. President, since its founding 80 years ago, the United Nations has been the cornerstone of multilateralism, fostering international cooperation, development, peace, and security. However, in those 8 decades, our world has changed dramatically and now faces a confluence of challenges, from rising geopolitical tensions and the climate crisis to widening inequality and cyber threats. And our current multilateral system, designed in a different era, struggles to keep up the pace. I would like to share 3 recommendations on how to best meet the demands of today and prepare for those of tomorrow. First, this Council must uphold its responsibility of maintaining international peace and security. It is crucial that states comply with their obligations under international law, which is the foundation of our international order. Nowhere is this more critical than in the Council's effort to maintain international peace and security, particularly through the universal application of the rules that govern armed conflict. When humanitarian assistance is obstructed during armed conflict and in violation of international law, the Council must not hesitate in calling out those responsible and take further action. The responsibility to maintain international peace and security also requires limiting the misuse of the veto, which undermines the Council's obligations under the UN Charter and paralyzes decision-making, especially in times of mass atrocities. Second, it is essential that we make serious progress on UN reform, one that will lead to a system that is more agile, more accountable, and more representative. The voices of the Global South and underrepresented groups in global institutions, including on this Council, must be represented and strengthened. Yet, geographical inclusion is not enough. In the multilateral system, it is crucial that women, who make up 50% of the world's population, are represented and participate fully, equally, and meaningfully. This includes electing the UN's first ever Madam Secretary-General. Third, as today's threats transcend national borders, so too must our solutions. Neither the next pandemic nor the ongoing climate crisis can be addressed through bilateral efforts alone. Equally, cyber threats and acts of terrorism know no borders. We need a strong and effective multilateral system with the UN at its core to address these challenges collectively. A system that leverages all tools available, such as emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, as opportunities for peace, security, and sustainable development. A system that can deliver landmark achievements like COP28's UAE consensus, reminding us of what we can accomplish with the right combination of perseverance and political will. Mr. President, abandoning multilateralism in the pursuit of narrow interests will only exacerbate global challenges. As we look ahead to the next 80 years, let us renew our commitment to multilateralism, to the UN Charter, and to the principles upon which the UN was founded. This system remains our best tool for solving the threats ahead of us. And though these challenges may be great, our collective power is greater. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of UAE for their statement. I give the floor to the representative of Lithuania.
Mr. President, we appreciate this timely opportunity to exchange views on multilateralism, which is the backbone of the United Nations. Lithuania aligns itself with the statement of the European Union, as well as the statement on the veto initiative as delivered by New Zealand a few minutes ago. I will make additional remarks in my national capacity. Mr. President, we thank Secretary-General for his insights. Today, more than ever, we must act decisively to confront threats to global peace and security and reverse the erosion of multilateralism. At the end of the devastating World War II on June 26, 1945, in San Francisco, the participants of the United Nations Conference signed the UN Charter, establishing a framework for effective multilateralism based on shared commitments to its purposes and principles. The UN Charter entrusts the Security Council with that crucial duty to identify the existence of threats to peace, address the acts of aggression, and take measures to maintain or restore international peace and security. Regrettably, today we face different reality. Russia's ongoing war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes the gravest violation of the UN Charter and international law. By waging this war, Russia not only undermines global peace and security, but also weakens credibility and legitimacy of the Security Council itself. Such actions are incompatible with the membership in this body. Russia further abuses its current position in the Security Council by involving states like Iran, DPRK, and Belarus as accomplices in its aggression. The transfer of weapons between DPRK and Russia and use of the DPRK's troops in Russia's war constitute major escalation with global consequences. By allowing Russia to perpetuate this aggression, the Security Council and the whole UN is being implicated in undermining its principles, upon which this organization and multilateralism itself are based. This dangerous precedent of lawlessness is already spreading across regions worldwide, where local actors in conflicts reject international law, resorting instead to brute force and conquest. Russia has directly and openly supported these violations, deploying mercenaries and spreading disinformation in Sahel, backing failing Assad regime in Syria, and undermining nuclear non-proliferation efforts towards DPRK and Iran. Lithuania invites all states to support the resolution on advancing a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine that will be adopted by the General Assembly next Monday. A strong vote in favor of this resolution would demonstrate a genuine commitment to multilateralism and a collective resolve to uphold the international law and principles upon which the UN was founded. Mr. President, in the Pact of the Future, adopted last September by the heads of state and government of all UN member states, We pledge to live up to our foundational promise to protect succeeding generations from the scourge of war. We affirm the vital importance of upholding international law, including the UN Charter, committing to peaceful dispute resolution, rejecting the threat or use of force or acts of aggression, respecting each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, supporting the principles of political independence and self-determination, as well as strengthening accountability and ending impunity. This clear path forward, outlined through concrete actions, can only be realized through effective multilateral cooperation based on consensus of the shared objectives. We also agreed on transforming global governance by renewing commitment to multilateralism and international cooperation, guided by the UN Charter and the principles of trust, equity, solidarity, and universality. This includes a commitment to reform the Security Council to make it more representative, inclusive, transparent, efficient, effective, democratic, and accountable. In this regard, Lithuania steadfastly supports the Accountability, Coherence and Transparency Code of Conduct and the France-Mexico initiative calling to limit the use of the veto, particularly in situations of mass atrocity. Lithuania also calls for adherence to paragraph 3 of Article 27 of the UN Charter, which constrains veto use by obliging a party to a dispute to abstain from voting. Selective application of the UN Charter undermines its integrity and should not be tolerated. Mr. President, looking ahead, for multilateralism to endure, we must reiterate the importance of universal adherence to the international law. All states, including those on the Security Council, must uphold the principles of the UN Charter. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Lithuania for their statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on the list for this meeting, as it's already 2 o'clock. With the concurrence of members of the Council, I intend to suspend the meeting until 3 p.m. today. The meeting is suspended.
The 9,861st meeting of the Security Council is resumed. I wish to remind all speakers to limit their statements to no more than 4 minutes. In order to enable the Council to carry out its work expeditiously, the flashing light on the microphone will prompt speakers to bring their remarks to a close after 4 minutes. I now give the floor to the representative of Brazil.
Thank you, President, and allow me to extend my thanks to our briefers today. Just a few years ago, there was vigorous debate on whether the world was or was not becoming more multipolar. That debate has now mostly ended, with everyone recognizing that we are now in a multipolar order. The question is what we make of it. Many have read this rising multipolarity as a sign of a more dangerous, more unstable world. With many poles, the argument goes, the chances of disagreement between the poles increase, as do the points of failure in the system. Yet history shows us that this is not necessarily the case. One of the longest periods of European peace was precisely the century between the Treaty of Vienna and the outbreak of the First World War, when the hegemonic European system was multipolar. Similarly, the détente in the Cold War, a strictly bipolar system, was made possible in large part by a multipolar moment of sorts, where the US, China, the USSR, Western Europe and the non-aligned movement could form configurations that mitigated the existing Cold War tensions. There is clearly enough potential for a multipolar order to be stable and peaceful. What distinguishes a multipolar order that is stable from one that is unstable is one word: diplomacy. And its basis is and must be international law and dialogue. Diplomacy through the Congress system is what allowed the post-Napoleonic order to remain relatively peaceful in Europe. Intense high-level diplomacy was also what fueled the multipolar system of the détente period. How we engage in diplomacy also matters. The more institutionalized diplomacy of the 19th century, with its congresses and regular summits, appears to have worked better and lasted longer than the more ad hoc diplomacy of the 20th century, which finally gave way to the new Cold War of the 1980s. Mr. President, one reason why multipolarity may not have thrived by the end of the 20th century is that the UN remained relegated to a secondary role. It lacked a more solid institutional framework, which made it vulnerable to the shifting political winds of the following decade. Considering that a real multipolar system is taking shape, our challenge is to turn to the architecture of multipolarity. This means essentially making the UN fit for purpose and truly multilateral and multicultural. It also means leveraging other regional and plurilateral organizations that can work with the UN and taking into account the contribution of regional, sub-regional and bilateral arrangements to the prevention and peaceful resolution of disputes. For a stable and peaceful multilateral order, we envision a layered architecture with 3 tiers: a reformed UN, where all of the poles of the system are represented at its highest decision-making bodies, a network of strengthened cross-regional arrangements such as the G20 and the BRICS, which can help either with thematic areas or in deepening cooperation between its members and the international community as a whole, and finally a strong grounding in regional organizations. These organizations should be able to fluidly communicate both with each other and with the tiers above, bringing local expertise and helping to diffuse tensions before they escalate to the global level. Mr. President, we are currently witnessing a reshaping of the international order. This is a moment of acceleration of historical processes marked by significant instability and the gradual breakdown of the consensus within the collective security system that was established after the Cold War. In an environment marked by growing geopolitical rivalry, Major powers have focused on enhancing their strategic capabilities, investing in advanced weaponry and military technologies, and in ensuring access to critical resources. These tendencies have impacted multilateralism as they deepen polarization and sideline important debates on global issues related to peace and sustainable development. We must reaffirm our commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter, international law, and multilateralism, and to an international order that is beneficial for the whole international community. In 2024, Brazil chose the reform of global governance as one of our 3 priorities during the presidency of the G20. At the second foreign ministers meeting of the G20, open to all UN member states during the high-level week of the General Assembly in 2024, Brazil launched a call to action to promote the implementation through concrete actions of the global governance reform proposal, taking a step beyond the summit of the future.
by upholding the Charter and respecting international law, by adhering to Article 27.3 of the UN Charter, and refraining from voting on a dispute to which they are party. Responsibility in the exercise of the veto. Third, a stronger and more responsive Security Council must be able to anticipate
effectiveness, and also with regard to the work of the Security Council, which should play a special role in achieving peace and elevating world crises.
A commitment to multilateral engagement has allowed South Africa use of force. Member States consider the future of the Security Council, we should not forget that the conditions successful collective action to address increasingly complex global challenges that compromise international consistent commitment to international law and the UN Charter remains the best vehicle through which the international
I thank the representative of South Africa for the statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of Peru.
Señor presidente.
Respect for the freedom of peoples and in defense and in protection of human rights as established in the UN Charter. Multilateralism must evolve so that it can remain relevant new world war and chaos in international relations. We cannot overemphasize that. If we truly want to unleash and fully realize the great power of multilateralism, diplomacy, and the UN as a whole, the UN Charter gives us a clear path. As long as we put an end to double standards, unilateralism, to accommodative interpretations or selective approaches in the implementation of international law and the principles enshrined in the treaty, that continues to be a genuine act of faith in the best of humanity. To conclude, we express our readiness to defend and uphold multilateralism, to explore ways for political solutions to crises in accordance with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, and to have constructive discussions to improve global governance. This, together with progress in democratizing international relations and building a multipolar system rooted in international law. By doing all of this, we are convinced that we will come closer to ensuring the well-being of our peoples and promoting social progress and better standards as foreseen in the UN Charter, particularly through greater solidarity and cooperation, as well as through justice and equality in international relations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Venezuela for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to begin by thanking China for having placed multilateralism at the heart of this debate and the Secretary-General for his briefing. Switzerland's commitment to multilateralism based on international law and the United Nations Charter is firm and unequivocal. Multilateralism is not optional, it is vital. Born from the common need for peace in the aftermath of the world wars, the concert of nations, a shield against conflict, a space to cultivate our know-how and nurture our ideas. Conversely, the dismantling of multilateralism casts the shadow of new rivalries, barriers to ideas and products, the erosion of fundamental achievements. History proves this to be true. No country, however great, is capable alone of facing the challenges of an increasingly interconnected world. When multilateralism is weakened, we must revitalize it with political will and through targeted reforms to ensure its effectiveness. Our leaders continuously call for concrete ideas in this regard, as during the adoption of the Pact for the Future in 2024. Switzerland shares this interest in tangible proposals as part of the upcoming review of the United Nations Peace Architecture and the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. We will work to implement the recommendations of the Pact for a more peaceful, just, and prosperous world. The role of the Security Council will remain crucial to achieving these objectives. Even beyond our recent mandate as an elected member, we advocate for a responsible, transparent, and inclusive Security Council, including within the ACT group. A restrictive and responsible use of the veto must prevent atrocities from being committed under the pretext of deadlock at the Security Council. The privilege of sitting on the Council goes hand in hand with responsibilities set out by the Charter, notably in Article 27(3), the rule whereby a party to a dispute shall abstain from voting needs to be reaffirmed and complied with. The Switzerland to humanity through the Presidential Declaration on the Impact of Scientific Developments on International Peace and Security, adopted
system need to be taken from the Security Council through international financial institutions. Proposed reforms must be proportionate to the enormous problems we are facing. We cannot replicate models which have proven to be limited. The veto is one clear example of the way in which specific interests of a single country can stand in the face of the collective will of the international community. In calling for comprehensive reform of the Security Council, we will be making it more democratic rather than extending privileges to a handful of countries. Mexico also calls on those countries which have not yet done so to join the French-Mexican initiative on limiting the use of the veto in cases of mass atrocities. 2, the use or the threat to use force run counter to the UN Charter, and therefore this Council cannot normalize any action which would put the use of force over international law and over the peaceful settlement of disputes. Mexico has already spoken about the reference that some countries make to Article 51 of the UN Charter, which refers to the legitimate defense of states to use force as a preventative measure in the territory of another state without the consent of that state. This dangerous reinterpretation of international law undermines the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United Nations and endangers our collective security system. 3, there is a long list of treaties and conventions which the international community could negotiate to cover legal loopholes on a variety of issues, preventing any attempt to use unilateral actions. At the same time, multilateralism is not just an option, it is a necessity to guarantee international peace and security. In difficult times, such as in the present circumstances, this is when multilateralism must shine. It must be a reflection for geopolitical changes. Multilateralism, in particular the United Nations, represent the very best of us to ensure that international relations are carried out through cooperation among nations and the legal certainty of international law, and never through the law or the rule of force. Mexico will continue to work to give multilateralism the relevance it needs so that we can restore trust that has been lost in recent years. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I would like to thank Representative Mexico for the statement. I now give the floor to the Representative of Islamic Republic of Iran.
In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, Mr. President, we appreciate China for organizing this important and timely high-level open debate. We also thank Minister
Wang Yi and the Secretary-General for their valuable insights and for reaffirming the vital role of the multilateralism. Mr. President, multilateralism is essential for tackling global challenges, requiring adherence to international law, transparency and accountability. However, trust in multilateral institutions is declining due to selective international law, unilateral coercion, and violation of sovereign equality. In this context, I wish to highlight the following points. 1. Multilateral mechanisms lose their credibility when manipulated for political agendas. Selective enforcement of international norms, imposition of unilateral sanctions, and economic coercion undermine the core principles of multilateralism. The United States and its Western allies who enforce unlawful unilateral coercive measures must be held accountable for the suffering, death, and destruction they cause to target nations, including my own people, in blatant violation of international law and basic principles of human rights. 2. Security Council must uphold its mandate to resolve conflicts through multilateral cooperation. However, its current structure fails to reflect global power shift and the legitimate aspiration of the global South. To restore the credibility, the Council must become more representative, democratic, and accountable. A truly inclusive body with equitable regional representation would enhance both its legitimacy and effectiveness. Regrettably, certain permanent members have repeatedly exploited the Council to advance its own political interests. A glaring example is the United States' persistent use of its veto to shield Israel from accountability for its systematic violation of international law and the UN Charter, particularly its genocidal crimes against the Palestinian people and acts of aggression against other nations in the region. Gaza is the rightful land of the Palestinian people, and Iran strongly condemned the U.S. colonial plan to forcibly displace and uproot the Palestinians from their own land, a flagrant violation of international law and a grave assault on fundamental human rights. 3. Global financial systems shaped by outdated institutions must be restructured to ensure their fair participation for developing nations. Their marginalization depends inequalities and hinders sustainable development. Mr. President, we face a critical choice: allow divisions and unilateralism to dictate global affairs, or reaffirm our commitment to a just, equitable, and rules-based international order upheld by the UN system. To do so, we must take decisive action. First, global governance must be built on open, fair, and transparent negotiations, ensuring disputes are resolved through diplomacy, not coercion. Second, the UN must ensure all nations have fair access to technology resources and trade, fostering sustainable growth for all. Third, closer collaboration between UN and regional organizations such as the African Union, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and BRICS will reinforce collective security and economic resilience. As a founding member of the United Nations, the Islamic Republic of Iran once more reaffirms its sustained commitment to effective multilateralism grounded in international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter. I thank you.
I thank Iran for the statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Nepal.
Mr. President, I wish to congratulate the People's Republic of China on assuming the presidency of the Security Council and thank for convening this important debate. Mr. President, the essence of multilateralism is working together, sharing responsibilities, and recognizing that collective action is stronger than individual effort. There are numerous historical and contemporary examples which demonstrate that nations have repeatedly turned to multilateralism after other approaches couldn't succeed. We are confident that we need no more such experiment. Multilateralism is more important now than ever due to the interconnected nature of global challenges. Issues such as climate change, pandemics, economic instability, and inequality require collective action and cooperation among nations. The United Nations, as the world's most significant multilateral institution, embodies multilateralism through its structure, mission, and impact for 80 years. It was built on the aspirations of a war-ravaged world to secure peace, uphold international law, and promote shared prosperity. The United Nations continues to provide a platform for countries to work together, share resources, and find common solutions to these complex problems. We are happy to see that the United Nations has continued to evolve and reform. There are still much needed reforms expected for long periods in this institution. However, heightening geopolitical rivalries, power struggles, rising nationalism, populism, and protectionism are severely undermining the very sense of multilateralism. In such a challenging time, the Pact for the Future, adopted last year, provides us with a blueprint to revitalize multilateralism. Reforming and improving global governance are urgently needed. It is imperative that we make maximum efforts to reform the United Nations system, making it more representative, responsive, effective, and capable of fulfilling its mandate. We should reinvigorate the political will and strength to rebuild trust and reinforce commitment to multilateralism. In this context, the Security Council must be more effective and decisive through unity and solidarity. The Council should not be paralyzed, nor should it be held hostage of any vested interest. We must reaffirm the primacy of international law, ensuring its equal and consistent application to all nations, irrespective of power or influence. The selective application of international agreements and the failure to implement Security Council resolutions undermine global trust in multilateral institutions. I wish to emphasize that we must enhance and scale up our collective action to bridge the development divides and digital divides. Increasing representation for developing countries in global financial institutions is highly important. Developing countries, particularly the least developed countries, must be empowered to participate meaningfully in decision-making process so that outcomes are responsive to the aspirations of all. Inclusive global partnerships are essential to achieving the sustainable development goals and fostering a just, equitable, and sustainable economic order. Mr. President, Nepal firmly believes in the indispensable role of multilateralism in ensuring international peace and security, realizing sustainable development, and promoting human rights. The UN Charter is the foundation of our international relations and foreign policy. We call for a renewed spirit of cooperation to uphold the UN Charter, strengthen multilateral institutions, and ensure that no nation is left behind. I would like to conclude by reiterating that the sky is vast enough for all birds to fly without collision. I thank you.
I thank Nepal for the statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Kyrgyzstan.
Dear President, I congratulate the People's Republic of China with the assumption of the presidency in the Council and wish our Chinese friends successful stewardship of the Council in the interest of international peace and security. We commend the Chinese presidency for convening today's open debate on such a highly relevant topic of the present time. Kyrgyzstan was admitted to the United Nations in 1992, shortly after declaration of national independence. Since then, Kyrgyzstan has been an exemplary member that is fully committed to own international obligations and to the international law and UN Charter. Kyrgyzstan has also chosen multilateralism as a key foreign policy priority and been pursuing multidimensional cooperation with the United Nations as well as with the fellow member states. Today, when we prepare to mark 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Kyrgyzstan voices full support for the organization and the Secretary-General, Mr. Guterres, for the dedicated service to maintain global security, address global social, economic, and climate challenges, and protect human rights and freedoms. Excellencies, we are meeting today at the turning point in modern history. The security crisis in the Middle East, Africa, and Eastern Europe are pushing humanity closer to the brink of a new global conflict. We are already at the red line beyond which only more chaos in international affairs will likely ensue. In this regard, Kyrgyzstan calls for immediate detente of international tensions. What can the member states do to maintain international peace and security? First, the comprehensive multilateralism is the only way forward. All the member states shall faithfully and unambiguously implement the principles and provisions of international law to the UN Charter, as well as fulfill their obligations that UN membership entails. This is a guarantee for a secure future for humanity. Second, Security Council shall live up to the very cause it was established for and demonstrate a genuine leadership in maintenance of international peace and stability. The esteemed permanent members should listen to the opinion of the General Assembly and take decisions that meet the collective interest of the world community. Please, no more veto when it comes to stop wars and conflicts. Thirdly, the Security Council shall also live up to the spirit of the times and meet the requirements of the current realities of international life in order to be able to fulfill the functions and responsibilities assigned to the Council. In this regard, Kyrgyzstan also advocates for the qualitative and quantitative reform of the Council aimed to improving its working methods and expanding its membership, taking into account balanced regional representation. In particular, we believe that expansion of the Council composition would contribute towards achieving our common goal for a more inclusive, transparent, accountable, and effective Council in the 21st century. Kyrgyzstan fully subscribes to a view that some regions and groups of states remain underrepresented and even unrepresented in the Council. In this regard, Kyrgyzstan recognizes the legitimate aspiration of the African states for the enlarged membership in the Council. We share the respective vision of the African group on their enhanced representation in the Council. Kyrgyzstan notes with dismay that more than 50 small states have never served on the Council. In this regard, we welcome the tabled proposal that recognizes the need for resolving the question of representation of the small states and small island developing states in the Council. Kyrgyzstan is among those small states that have yet to serve on the Council. In this connection, we look forward to unanimous support from the fellow member states in redressing such a historical injustice and electing Kyrgyzstan as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council in June 2026. I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank Kyrgyzstan for the statement, and I'll give the floor to the representative of Kingdom of the Netherlands.
President, first of all, I would like to thank you and China for organizing this open debate on the important topic of multilateralism. The Kingdom of the Netherlands aligns itself with the statement of the European Union still to be delivered. I would like to add the following points in our national capacity. In our view, multilateralism in its current state requires a three-pillar approach. Multilateralism needs to be protected, strengthened, and reformed. I'll start off with protect. For nearly 80 years, the UN Charter has been the foundation of the multilateral system. Yet ongoing violations of the Charter are eroding the very principles that have upheld global stability for decades. We must stand firm in defending these principles. To that end, we must continue to denounce acts of aggression and human rights violations. We must strengthen accountability and fight impunity to ensure that might does not make right. Multilateralism is like a bridge built over turbulent waters. It's strong when reinforced, but fragile when compromised. If member states chip away at its pillars instead of strengthening them, we may soon find ourselves with no safe passage forward, only widening divides beneath our feet. Second point, strengthen. The United Nations is the most legitimate and universal forum to address global challenges, and it needs to be strengthened. This is why the Kingdom of the Netherlands remains strongly committed to a robust United Nations that is fit for purpose, serving our collective aims for peace and security, human rights and sustainable development. As a member of the Peacebuilding Commission in 2025-2026, we are dedicated to supporting the UN's efforts towards sustainable peace. Effective cooperation between the Security Council and the Peacebuilding Commission is essential. We therefore encourage the Security Council to reach out to the Peacebuilding Commission on a more regular basis for advice on peacebuilding priorities in specific country situations and mandates. The Peacebuilding Architecture Review this year provides a fitting opportunity to further strengthen the relationship between the PBC and this very Council. Third and last point, and that is on reform. If we want a rules-based system to endure, all nations, big and small, must have a meaningful voice in shaping its future. It is therefore essential to reform our institutions, to make them more effective and efficient, as well as more inclusive. The Security Council urgently needs to be reformed in order to remain effective and relevant in the 21st century. It's important to remember that membership of the Security Council is not merely a privilege. It comes with profound responsibilities. The Kingdom of the Netherlands supports a limited expansion of both non-permanent and permanent seat categories. We are supportive of proposals that lead to a better geographical representation, especially from Africa. The Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development also provides opportunities to further enhance the international financial architecture, building on what has been achieved so far. The Kingdom of the Netherlands will constructively engage in these discussions. In conclusion, Mr. President, the UN Charter underpins and facilitates international order. That came about with hard-learned lessons from history. Let us together safeguard this cornerstone of our shared values so that generations to come can inherit a world where peace is not just a hope, but a reality. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Netherlands for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Spain.
Mr. President, in a few months, we will commemorate the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. The fundamental pillar of norms-based multilateral system, which has been an irreplaceable forum for the equitable participation of all countries in the global decision-making process. In these times of existential challenges facing humanity, the United Nations has been our collective compass so that together we can face the threats and the challenges and opportunities of the current world. However, multilateralism faces unprecedented crisis of credibility. The proliferation of protracted conflicts, the resurgence of unilateralism and skepticism in public opinion have brought the effectiveness of this system into question. We note with concern attacks against the UN, such as disinformation campaigns about its actions. This endangers the well-being and assistance to millions of people who receive humanitarian aid and basic services. We reiterate our rejection of the entry into force of the legislation blocking UNRWA operations in the OPT. This has a serious impact on the humanitarian situation in Gaza, and it endangers the ceasefire which began on the 19th of January. Despite its imperfections, we cannot forget that the UN has been able to avoid and prevent a world war. It has also bolstered its mission in the maintenance of peace, ensuring sustainable development and the protection of human rights. And yet in the area of peace and security, the Council has been deadlocked, which erodes its credibility in the face of flagrant violations of international law. The body created to guarantee global peace and stability is unable to respond. In the face of this situation, Spain is proposing greater and more multilateralism, reformed multilateralism based on consistency, responsibility and solidarity. We cannot allow international law to be applied selectively according to strategic interests. We must condemn violations of international law, regardless of where they occur and who commits them, in Ukraine, in Gaza, or in other parts of the globe. In the face of these violations, we call for accountability through mechanisms of justice, reparations, and deterrence. We support the International Court of Justice, the institutional guardian of the UN system, as well as the International Criminal Court, the cornerstone of the international criminal justice system. Mr. President, we need to reform the multilateral system to make sure that it survives and restore trust in it. The Council must be more representative, effective, democratic, and transparent. We call for a Council with more non-permanent members and limits on the right to veto with its ultimate abolition. We must fully comply with commitments to Agenda 2030, the Paris Agreement, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Next June, Spain will host in the city of Seville the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, an opportunity to renew the agenda of financing, responding to demands of developing countries, reaffirming the relevance of this multilateral system as the right mechanism for solving crises. Mr. President, the assessment of these 80 years of multilateralism and the norms-based international system is positive. We must not retreat. We support renewed, coherent, and responsible multilateralism. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Spain for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President, for convening this most timely and extremely relevant meeting today. I align myself with the statement to be delivered by the EU and by New Zealand, already delivered on behalf of a group of countries. Colleagues, Germany remains firmly convinced of the United Nations mission and mandate. We are also convinced of its ability to reform. These convictions have only grown stronger after Germany had the honor to co-facilitate the negotiations leading to the Pact for the Future, together with our esteemed partner and friend Namibia and with the support of so many in this room. By showing the readiness to compromise, we, the UN member states, agreed on a blueprint for what we jointly need to tackle and how we jointly need to adapt this organization. 5 months on, we cannot afford to lose any more time. We must take action now. And I would like to highlight 3 areas where Germany steps in to support the multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. First, the future of peacekeeping. UN peacekeeping remains as relevant as ever in times of conflict and war, but we need to adapt peacekeeping to ensure that it can rise to current and future challenges. This objective will be at the center of this year's peacekeeping ministerial taking place in Berlin in May. Second, the Pact clearly calls for more efficient conflict prevention. As chair of the Peacebuilding Commission, I will both strengthen the PBC's role as a bridge builder in the UN system and further foster its function as an inclusive platform for meaningful exchanges on conflict prevention. We are looking forward to building stronger linkages between the BBC and the Security Council. Third, we are seeing great potential in a revitalized General Assembly. We are convinced that the General Assembly, with its president at the top, can play a key role in the follow-up and the implementation of the Pact for the Future. This also includes increased activity of the General Assembly in the area of peace and security. Last but not least, the Pact has strong commitment to the long overdue reform of the Security Council. Text-based negotiations need to start as soon as possible to make this happen. We need to ensure that underrepresented regions and major contributors to international peace and security finally have a permanent seat at this table. Colleagues, we have the opportunity, we have a blueprint, and we have excellent people to make the UN better and more functional. We do not have excuses. Germany stands ready to work with and for all partners. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Germany for the brief statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of Turkey.
Mr. President, thank you for taking this initiative, for enabling the Council to consider this critical topic at a time when it is needed most. We also thank the Secretary-General and other esteemed participants for their engagement. Turkey aligns itself with the joint statement delivered by the distinguished representative of New Zealand on behalf of the veto initiative co-sponsors and like-minded states. I would also like to make the following remarks in my national capacity. Mr. President, no country can overcome the challenges of the modern era alone. Global issues such as pandemics, climate change, food crisis, conflicts, terrorism, poverty, and other pressing challenges can only be successfully tackled through cooperation and solidarity. Whereas today, millions of people in Palestine still suffer the consequences of brutal attacks, illegally occupied territories, politicized humanitarian aid, and forced displacements as a result of blatant violations of international law and international humanitarian law. Poor governance, the rising threat of terrorism and outside interference, coupled with the impact of climate change, adversely affects millions in Africa, causing massive tolls of death, internal displacement and migration, and suffering from hunger and famine. Effective multilateralism, therefore, is not a choice but a necessity, along with the maintenance of international law, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. Turkey has always been a strong advocate of multilateralism, with the understanding that it is imperative for a better, more equal, more resilient, and more sustainable world. United Nations has maintained its central role at the heart of multilateralism for nearly 80 years. Despite its flaws and need for reform, the UN has no alternative. It is the only intergovernmental global platform where all states are represented on the basis of sovereign equality and are able to make their voices heard. Rebuilding trust, developing partnerships, and agreeing on common solutions should be our shared priorities. The Summit of the Future provided a crucial opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism and cooperative global governance in shaping a brighter, more equitable future. The pact comprises an ambitious set of actions setting forth the beginning of a long process. This course will hopefully make the UN more relevant and fit to face complex challenges of our century. We have to devise new methods to increase the constructive, preventive, and remedial role of the UN based on mutual trust and cooperation. In this regard, we must reform the Security Council into a more democratic, representative, transparent, effective, and accountable body. The reform must address the shortcomings of the Council rather than consolidating the already existing ones. On this note, we cannot allow the IGN process to be derailed by short-sighted ambitions or separate tracks. Reinforcing the inclusiveness and effectiveness of the international financial system should also be prioritized. Enhancing the representation and voice of emerging economies and developing countries in decision-making in international financial institutions is imperative. Sustainable development is a shared goal that requires a collective response from the international community. Regrettably, the world remains far from achieving the zero hunger target outlined in the UN's Sustainable Development Agenda. Turkey remains a strong development partner for the least developed countries in their efforts to implement the SDGs. Hence, Turkey hosts the UN Technology Bank for LDCs as the only UN entity exclusively dedicated to supporting their SDI capacities. Mr. President, as the most democratic and representative body of the UN, the General Assembly is well positioned to play an increasingly important role on global matters. To strengthen multilateralism, we need a stronger General Assembly, and we fully support the intergovernmental process for its revitalization. Our efforts for a true and effective multilateralism must be centered upon the spirit and letter of the UN Charter. The purposes and principles enshrined in the resilient and visionary Charter must remain our guideline in the path forward. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Turkey for the statement. Now I give the floor to the representative of India.
Mr. President, we congratulate you on the assumption of the presidency of the Council and appreciate the initiative in organizing today's open debate. A theme that stands pronounced in today's open debate is a call for reformed multilateralism. While many of the speakers have already highlighted the dire need for reforms, I'm confident that several others would also follow suit. This is a clear testimony to the need for reviewing and redesigning the 80-year-old architecture of this august forum in order to make it fit for purpose. At a time when the world is increasingly expressing concerns about the ability of the United Nations to deliver effectively on pressing global issues, reforms are not a choice anymore, but an imperative. In this backdrop, I would like to highlight 7 specific points. First, India has been consistent, categorical, and a major voice with regard to underscoring the need for reforms. I would like to quote Prime Minister Modi, who mentioned in his remarks at the Summit for the Future in September 2024 that reforms is the key to relevance. Second, original structures and frameworks of the UN represent a different period in history. Our world has transformed and the UN needs to change with the times. It has to be reflective of the current global order rather than 1945. Third, addressing the historical injustice to Africa has to be a central element of the reforms. To this end, India has always been supportive of the common African position. In this context, I would also urge those member states whose support to Africa has been limited to pro forma statements to clearly articulate their position on expansion in the permanent category, which is where Africa is not represented. Fourth, the Global South cannot continue to be shortchanged. India and major players in other parts of the world deserve their due representation in the structures of the United Nations. As regards the Security Council, this translates to permanent category membership. Fifth, 3 fundamental principles are essential to the success of Security Council reforms: increase in membership of both the permanent and non-permanent categories, commencement of text-based negotiations, and linking ambitious timelines with concrete outcomes. Sixth, those opposed to expansion of permanent category are status quoists with a narrow focus. Their approach is non-progressive in nature, and this can no longer be accepted. Finally, beyond the Security Council, the preeminent position of the United Nations General Assembly as a primary policy-making and representative organ of the United Nations is to be respected both in letter and spirit. I would like to emphasize that India is firmly committed to the cause of reforms, and we will work closely with our friends and partners. We call on all member states to also join this endeavor for reformed multilateralism. Mr. President, beyond the focus of today's debate, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Pakistan, Mr. Mohammad Ishaq Dar, has referred to an integral and inalienable part of India, the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, in his remarks. I would like to reaffirm that Jammu and Kashmir has been, is, and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. In fact, it is Pakistan that is in illegal occupation of parts of Jammu and Kashmir. Pakistan's campaigns of misinformation and disinformation, of lies and falsehood, do not change facts on the ground. The people of Jammu and Kashmir have only last year taken part in a successful election and have voted in large numbers to choose their government. The choice of the people of Jammu and Kashmir was loud and clear. Democracy in Jammu and Kashmir is vibrant and strong, unlike in Pakistan. Pakistan is a global epicenter of terrorism, harboring more than 20 UN-listed terrorist entities and providing state support to cross-border terrorism. Hence, it is a supreme irony when Pakistan pats itself on the back as being at the forefront of the fight against terrorism. India has been a victim of the acts of terror perpetrated by this country through terror groups such as Jaish-e-Mohammed and Harkatul Mujahideen, among dozens of others. Mr. President, there cannot be any justification for terrorism regardless of its form, type, and motive. No political grievance can justify terrorism perpetrated against innocent civilians. This august body can make no distinction between good and bad terrorists, and I request the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Pakistan to take note of it and not further waste the time of the Council in this regard. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of India for the statement. I give the floor to the representative of the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excellencies, colleagues, 80 years ago, we were among the few hopeful representatives from some 50 countries gathered in San Francisco in late spring that took part in the drafting and signing of the charter which created the United Nations. At the first ever General Assembly, the Philippine delegate, Carlos P. Romulo, said, and I quote, "We represent a nation that was recently born to the recovered freedom of the post-war world, the firstborn state of the atomic age. The Philippine Republic is both consanguineous and coeval with the United Nations. The blood the Filipino people shed for their freedom was shed likewise for the common victory. Their stake in the United Nations is the stake of an identical destiny, of shared anxiety, and of hope and endeavor. By the circumstances of our birth as a free and independent state, we are committed to the aims and purposes of the United Nations. The Philippine Republic has been the first beneficiary of the triumph of democracy. It has been established under a constitution that renounces war as an instrument of national policy." Close quotes. 80 years hence, as the world enters a new period of turbulence, we continue to place our stake in the United Nations and in the charter that underpins it. Respect for the rule of law safeguards global peace and security and enables the international community to confront complex current and future challenges. Throughout these 8 decades, the UN has held itself as a platform and pathway to address international peace and security. It remains a solid ground for its member states, now at 193, to find convergence amidst evolving crisis and conflict. Secretary of Foreign Affairs Enrique Manalo, quoting our President, affirmed that multilateralism remains the single viable platform for collective action against transcendent global challenges. Close quotes. Nevertheless, we recognize the need to transform multilateralism to address evolving challenges, to make it more equitable and just, to bring to fruition the purposes of the UN Charter towards making peace, justice, and sustainable development a reality for all. As early as 1946, at the first UNGA, the Philippine delegate, Mr. Romulo, foresaw some of the issues that have hounded and hindered the UN. He spoke of the lack of representation from Asia and Africa, and that economic interdependence must be a balanced and reciprocal relationship. He also spoke of the need to ensure that information becomes instrumental in the maintenance of peace, free of control, and advocated for the self-government of non-self-governing territories, taking due account of their political aspirations. On the veto privilege of the big powers in the Security Council, which the Philippines then helped to place in the UNGA agenda, he said, and I quote, "No issue will probably be more passionately debated by this Assembly than the question of the veto. There are, as we have seen, powerful arguments on both sides. The Philippine Republic is one of the small nations, and our sympathies are entirely in favor of limiting this privilege to the extent that it will not continually obstruct our efforts towards peaceful agreement and fruitful cooperation. At the same time, we have no illusions regarding the practicability at the present moment of establishing absolute voting equality among the nations of the world." Close quotes. 80 years later, this message resonates. The Philippines continues to stand alongside other nations in advocating to limit this privilege. An effective reform of the veto system will enhance the credibility of the Security Council. Fundamental to a transformed, effective multilateralism is an inclusive, representative, reformed, and transparent Security Council. Security Council reform should be a package consisting of the enlargement of its membership and improvement of its working methods in order to create greater transparency and accountability of the Council to the general membership of the UN. The Pact for the Future sets out our path for the future. The Pact renews our collective determination to diffuse tensions and seek the peaceful resolution of disputes. In pledging to the Pact, states abide by the obligation of rejecting force and the threat of the use of force in settling their disputes. This is the essence of the 1982 Manila Declaration on the Peaceful Settlement of International Disputes. We must act on our common resolve to make the multilateral system, with the UN at its center, effective and capable. Multilateralism flourishes on the grounds of a rules-based order that provides conditions for trust, solidarity, equity, and peace. We must ensure meaningful participation of all member states, particularly developing states, in global decision-making. This is enabled by bridging development divides, including through a transformed international financial architecture and enhanced access to innovation and to science and technology. We must deliver on the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and lose no time to implement the Global Digital Compact. The Philippines is committed to this pact and to strengthening the United Nations' role in addressing today's complex crisis, including the emerging threats in the digital, geopolitical, outer space, and maritime domains. Excellencies and colleagues, throughout our 80 years of membership in the United Nations, we have a track record of being a dependable partner, pathfinder, and peacemaker in world affairs. I thank you.
I thank the Philippines for the statement. And now give the floor to the delegation, head of the delegation, Mr. Lambrinidis, for making a statement.
I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and EU member states. And from the outset, let me thank the Chinese presidency of the Council for convening this important meeting. The candidate countries North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Monaco and San Marino, align themselves with this statement. Colleagues, this year we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the cornerstone of the rules-based and multilateral system, providing an irreplaceable forum for equal participation in decision-making for all member states, and allowing us to address today's existential challenges and opportunities facing humanity together. Friends, for multilateralism to work, however, international law, including the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law, must remain a collective compass. Now, this means that our highest priority moving forward should be to ensure that violations are not met with impunity. The devastating impact of these violations is evident across regions and countries, from Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine to the Middle East, from Afghanistan to Myanmar, and from DRC, Sudan, the Sahel, and the Horn of Africa to Haiti. Today, dear friends, almost 3 years since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion, the European Union reiterates its resolute condemnation of what constitutes a manifest violation of the UN Charter. We reaffirm our continued support for Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity as the UN Charter commands, within its internationally recognized borders. This war of aggression has had global consequences, affecting almost every country in the world, including consequences on food and energy security, disproportionately affecting those in the most vulnerable situations. Now more than ever, we must oppose a world where might makes right, in Ukraine as in every other place in the world. Mr. President, a commitment to accountability might also be our best hope to prevent such crimes in the future. If we cannot stop them, and unfortunately we have not been able to stop many of them in recent years, at least let us try to prevent them in the future. The international criminal justice system, in particular the International Criminal Court, is of paramount importance to ensure accountability for atrocity crimes and for delivering justice to victims. The ICC should be able to independently carry out its mandate to fight impunity. Mr. President, we welcome the fact that the concept note for this meeting points out new security threats, including those related to climate change and cybersecurity. We can tackle these issues, but we can only tackle them together. The UN remains a compass, but as any institution, it must evolve with the times rather than keep reflecting the world of the past. In spite of all ongoing divisions and crises, there are signs of hope that effective multilateralism is possible. The adoption of the Pact of the Future, as many mentioned in this room, and the long, thorny, but ultimately constructive process leading to its adoption demonstrated that we can work together and achieve results. It shows that even under difficult circumstances, UN members can agree on a broad set of actions, including sustainable development, international financial architecture reform, digital cooperation, youth and future generations, peace building, human rights, and for the first time, concrete commitments towards UN Security Council reform. We need to revitalize the UN by implementing our commitments in the Pact of the Future, by implementing our commitments to the Pact of the Future. The EU supports comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council to make it more effective, inclusive, transparent, democratic, and accountable to better reflect today's realities, by strengthening the voice of underrepresented regions, especially Africa. The world needs a Security Council capable of fulfilling its mandate and delivering, including by full adherence to Article 27(3) of the UN Charter, constraining veto use by obliging a party to a dispute to abstain from voting. The current political momentum around reform, notably of the international financial architecture, must also be translated into concrete and implementable deliverables. We look forward to working constructively together towards the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville later this year. We are ready to engage with our partners on issues related to financing of the SDGs, implementing effectively the EU's Global Gateway flagship Sustainable Development Initiative, encouraging resource mobilization, and promoting sustainable financing for environmentally responsible and socially inclusive development plans. This year, Mr. President, also provides additional opportunities to further improve the multilateral system. Look at peace and security, the Peace-Building Architecture Review, the review of peace operations, 25th anniversary of Women, Peace and Security, 20th anniversary of the Responsibility to Protect, as well as 10th anniversary of the Youth, Peace and Security Agenda, provide a unique chance to tackle challenges to peace and security in an inclusive and in a comprehensive manner. Colleagues, we are acutely aware that efficient functioning cannot be ensured without proper financing. The European Union's member states are collectively the largest and most reliable financial contributors to the UN system, paying in full, paying on time, paying without conditions. We contribute over 22% to the regular UN budget, 22%, 21% to peacekeeping operations, and we provide more than one-third of voluntary contributions. Together with the member states, the EU collectively provides 41% of global official development assistance, 41%, by far the largest contributors and partners around the world. We listen to the needs around the world, and we are committed to delivering. But we cannot do it alone. And we also need to support the UN in achieving much better efficiencies in delivering its mandate, our mandate, on the ground. Dear colleagues, 80 years ago, the principles and purposes of the UN were enshrined in the Charter. 80 years later, we can say that despite its imperfections, the United Nations remains the greatest global endeavor for preserving peace, paving the way for development, upholding human rights, and addressing existential crises such as climate change. It is our daily responsibility, so we feel at the European Union, to make this endeavor a reality. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Lambrinidis for his statement. I give the floor to Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate your delegation for convening this crucial session and congratulate you on assuming the Security Council presidency for February 2025. We also thank His Excellency Wang Yi and the Secretary-General for their seminal insights. Excellencies, the preamble of the United Nations Charter begins with these immortal words: "We, the peoples of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war." The Charter goes on to speak of equal rights for nations large and small, and to make a solemn pledge to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. For nearly 8 years, these principles have guided our pursuit of a just and peaceful world. Yet today, as we face mounting crises, from conflicts and climate change to economic instability and technological divides, we must ask, are our global governance structures fit for purpose? If not, then reform is imperative. Excellencies, the history of the United Nations teaches us that when practiced with sincerity, multilateralism has prevented conflicts, facilitated decolonization, advanced development, and safeguarded human rights. But too often, it has fallen short. Too often, responses to crises have been slow, decision-making unbalanced, and outdated structures have failed to reflect contemporary realities. The Pact for the Future presents an opportunity to reshape this global governance so that it is fit for purpose in addressing today's pressing threats like climate change, pandemics, conflicts, economic instability, and the growing technological divide. Reforming the UN Security Council is central to this effort. Expanding its membership, particularly for Africa and the developing world, will not only enhance legitimacy, but also effectiveness. No nation should wield veto power as a tool for paralysis in moments of global crisis. Instead, Council should uphold its primary purpose with credibility, fairness, and efficiency. Equally important, the General Assembly, the most democratic and representative UN organ, must be strengthened. It plays a crucial role in shaping global norms, yet its influence remains limited when the Security Council is deadlocked. Enhancing the General Assembly's role in peace building and conflict prevention will make the UN more effective, legitimate, and responsive to global challenges. Beyond traditional security threats, we face climate change, food insecurity, cyber threats, and terrorism, challenges that transcend borders and disproportionately affect developing nations. The global governance system must provide greater support to these countries through technical, financial, and strategic assistance. A security framework that ignores these threats is incomplete. Distinguished delegates, justice in governance begins with the equal application of international law. Unilateral coercive measures violate sovereignty, stifle economic progress, and punish ordinary citizens. Zimbabwe, like many others, continues to bear the burden of these unjust measures. True multilateralism demands respect for sovereignty, fairness, and non-interference. The UN must stand firm against these violations, as called for in numerous General Assembly resolutions. Economic disparities remain one of the greatest barriers to a just global order. With unfair trade, inequitable international financial architecture, and technological exclusion fueling underdevelopment. Solutions include fair trade, debt relief, a fairer international financial architecture, and sustainable investment. Technology should unite, not divide, with inclusive AI governance ensuring equitable benefits. Excellencies, if we are to tackle the challenges ahead, the UN must be more inclusive, more transparent, and more responsive to today's realities. The path forward is clear: a reformed, revitalized multilateral system that upholds the dignity, security, and prosperity of all nations, large and small. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank Zimbabwe for the statement. I give the floor to Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and by New Zealand on behalf of a group of states. I would like to add the following points in my national capacity. First of all, I would like to thank the Chinese presidency for organizing this extremely valuable debate, which provides us an opportunity to reaffirm our commitments to international law, the UN Charter, and the rules-based international order. However, in an era of escalating geopolitical tensions and growing instability, reaffirmation alone is not enough. We must urgently reform the multilateral system to ensure it delivers tangible results for peace and security, as emphasized in the Secretary-General's Our Common Agenda. The Security Council's credibility is at stake when it fails to act, allowing violence to escalate, civilian casualties to rise, and humanitarian crisis to worsen. Permanent members have a unique responsibility to ensure the Council fulfills its mandate under Article 24 of the UN Charter, to act promptly, effectively, and on behalf of UN member states, meaning rising above strictly national interests. Each instance of inaction only reinforces the urgent need for Council's reform. Every veto or threat of veto should serve as a call for the General Assembly to exercise its authority under the Charter. The Assembly for Peace Digital Handbook, referenced by many today, highlights how the General Assembly has taken decisive actions when the Security Council has failed to do so. A strong, engaged General Assembly is essential for renewed multilateralism, as outlined in the Pact of the Future. The General Assembly must continue to assert its role, as it did by the adoption of the resolution of the so-called resolution veto initiative, ensuring the Charter is upheld in full and, where necessary, clarifying its provisions, including those concerning the use of the veto, and in particular Article 27.3. A robust framework is needed to prevent Security Council members from acting solely in their national interest and to the detriment of international peace and security. The debate on strengthening multilateralism must continue alongside our efforts to uphold the rule of law, ensuring accountability and protect all human rights for all. Equally vital are reforms that accelerate the SDG implementation, address global inequalities, and enhance government structures. Finally, Bulgaria remains steadfast in its commitment to an inclusive, accountable, and effective multilateral system, one that delivers peace, democracy, and prosperity for all, with the United Nations and the UN Charter at its core. This can only be achieved through genuine partnerships, mutual respect, and strict adherence to the rules and principles that sustain international cooperation. Thank you.
I thank Bulgaria for the statement. I now give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Portugal aligns with the EU statement and with the joint statement by New Zealand on behalf of 61 countries. We thank China for convening this important debate and the Secretary-General for his insightful remarks. Mr. President, multilateralism is at the core of Portugal's foreign policy, a principle, an objective and practice that defines our engagement. We stand for a rules-based multilateral system, grounded in international law and the three pillars of the UN Charter: advancing peace, human rights and sustainable development. The Pact of the Future, adopted 5 months ago, provides a roadmap for global governance reform, reaffirming the UN's central role and enhancing multi-stakeholder engagement. Its success requires not just political will, but also financial commitment to urgent priorities: SDGs, climate action, food security, migration, equitable financing, AI, and humanitarian assistance. This cannot be achieved through unilateral actions that bypass multilateral institutions. The new Agenda for Peace, which inspired Chapter 2 of the Pact, reinforced the global consensus on the strengthening the UN's role in preventive diplomacy. The credibility of the Security Council depends on the addressing threat multipliers: climate change, sea level rise, poverty, and social exclusion, with full integration of women and youth into the peace continuum. The pact also advanced Security Council reform, promoting representation, inclusivity, transparency, efficiency, democracy, and accountability. A responsible use of the veto is critical to preserving collective action. Portugal calls for the full implementation of Article 27(3) of the UN Charter, requiring parties to a dispute to abstain from voting, and strongly supports the veto initiative, the Franco-Mexican Declaration, and the ACT Group Code of Conduct. The United Nations must also deepen its collaboration with regional and sub-regional organizations, including the African Union, supporting African Union peace efforts and aligning development agendas. Portugal is committed to strengthening the Council's effectiveness, notably through our candidacy for a non-permanent seat in 27-28. As a trust UN partner and net provider of security, we bring deep experience in peacekeeping and peacebuilding. We also advocate for a more open and transparent Council, ensuring closer cooperation with UN bodies and better service to all member states. Addressing root causes of conflict and building resilience, including through national prevention strategies, is essential. We uphold consistent application of international law and support strong international criminal justice anchored in the International Criminal Court. The multilateral system has its flaws, yet it remains the most effective mechanism for tackling global challenges. To remain relevant, it must adapt, reform, and improve, not be dismantled. Portugal is actively engaged in the discussion of the future of multilateralism, including the Security Council, but also the international financial system, notably through our leadership in the Financing for Development process, FFD4. We support a reformed international financial architecture that is more representative and delivers adequate financing for SDGs. Beyond the Security Council and IFA, we need revitalized General Assembly and ECOSOC, with greater coordination across UN principle-built bodies. A resident coordinator system that effectively drives development and secures peace is key to a cohesive and impactful UN. Mr. President, as we approach the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Portugal remains convinced that multilateralism works. Through dialogue and cooperation, we can overcome divisions and make UN reform, albeit challenging, a reality. Thank you.
I thank Portugal for the statement, and I'll give the floor to Norway.
Thank you, President. And let me first thank China for organizing a very timely and important open debate. President, Norway is a dedicated multilateralist. Effective international institutions and cooperation provide predictability, strengthens our resilience, and make us more secure. It serves our common interests. The lesson of the past 80 years is that there is no other way to a peaceful and prosperous world than through multilateral cooperation based on international law. That is why we need a UN that is relevant and able to address the global challenges of our time. With the Pact for the Future, we have agreed on a framework for renewing and reinvigorating multilateral cooperation and reform. President, let me highlight 3 quick points. First, reform of the Security Council. The world has changed since 1945, and so must the Council. Lack of institutional reform undermines legitimacy and efficiency. The inability of the Council to act in many of today's most serious conflicts exacerbates this. Norway supports a reform that makes the Council more representative and more efficient. Both permanent and elected seats should be expanded and the historical injustice to Africa addressed. The use of the veto should be limited rather than expanded. The frequent use of the veto has paralyzed the Council, undermining its credibility. In line with the Pact for the Future, we particularly need to discuss how to ensure the consistent application of Article 27.3 of the Charter. No state should vote in its own case. Secondly, the rule of law. Through generations of careful deliberations and negotiations, we have developed a corpus of international law, not least UN Charter, that is a foundation of a peaceful relations between states. Through the UN, we also established the other key principles that codify international humanitarian law as well as international human rights law, including women's rights. We must be consistent in the application of the rules. We must avoid double standards. We must treat similar cases similarly, irrespective of the context. We must speak out if our adversaries violate these rules, and we must speak out if our friends violate them. We must support and protect the institutions that uphold the law, including the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. And we must fight impunity, and we must be able to hold perpetrators to account. Thirdly, financial governance reform. Increasing inequality creates poverty, erodes trust, and leads to populism and extremism within countries. Increasing inequality between countries undermines global trust, hence also the efficiency of the multilateral system. The Pact for the Future rightly addresses the need to increase financing for sustainable development, provide sufficient and timely debt relief to countries in distress, to reform the international financial architecture, and to promote more inclusive and effective international tax cooperation. President, Norway will continue to advance global governance reform to ensure that the UN remains relevant and able to fulfill its mandate as stated in the Charter. That is to address the global challenges of our time, more specifically to maintain international peace and security, to uphold human rights, and to advance sustainable development, namely the three main pillars of the UN Charter. I thank you, President.
I thank Norway for the statement, and I'll give the floor to Dominican Republic.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Excellencies, dear friends. When this organization was established, we lived in a different world. Only great visionaries and science fiction writers could have imagined globalization, the technological revolution, the rise of emerging markets, the green revolution, major demographic changes, and even the Cold War and the fallout of that war. These major trends have changed the world, and it would seem for this organization that despite everything that has been done by this organization over the past 80 years, it has been difficult for it to keep pace and adapt to these new times. Mr. President, in 1945, our illustrious ancestors dealt well with macro issues, but set aside micro issues, and we see that in the number of active conflicts that cloud prospects for peace, where we have tried so hard to achieve peace. There are more active conflicts today than there were in 1946. This emerging reality further highlights the great difference among countries. For example, our Global South never benefited from a Marshall Plan, and we have to pick up the pace increasingly so that we are not left behind. To put this in context, of the states which are the subject of this Council's mandates, half of them are middle-income countries and the other half are LDCs. Only one country, Cyprus, can say that it is a high-income country. Mr. President, according to the Norwegian academic Dr. Glenn Deason, currently we are speaking about the end of unipolarity and the rise of multipolarity, which is based on maintaining a balance of power to limit the expansionist and hegemonic ambitions of states. He argues that diplomacy in a multipolar system is aimed at improving mutual understanding about competing security interests and arriving at a compromise which will increase security for everyone, for all states. We have to put ourselves in the place of our rivals and recognize that if we resolve the security concerns of our rivals, then our own security will improve. That being said, multilateralism takes on even greater importance. We are calling for multilateralism which is tailored to our multipolar world. We must change, that's true, but we must promote constructive dialogue. As we say in my country, by talking, people come to understand each other. Mr. President, one of the saddest consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic is that it made us grow further apart, and we are still far apart. But diplomacy brings us together. Our intergovernmental processes can change things and bring us closer together so that we can negotiate directly. And that would be a great thing, in particular when we look at such important processes which are coming. I'm referring, for example, to the Second World Summit for Social Development. We hope to forge a new social contract which will lead us to renewed multilateralism, to advocate for the most vulnerable and leave no one behind. The main bodies of this United Nations must also reform to adapt to the new geopolitical realities. Similarly, the processes which we are carrying out and which we are working on must be seen through to the end, and then we must implement them fully. For example, we have the Pact for the Future, which calls for the full implementation of the Charter and bolstering of the relationship between the Council and the General Assembly, which is the epitome of multilateralism. In conclusion, we must emphasize that we must address these two mega trends, modern mega trends, and we must modernize. So let's get to work. Thank you.
I thank the Dominican Republic for the statement, and I'll give the floor to Sweden. Mr. President, I thank China for organizing this open debate on multilateralism and on reforming and improving global governance. Sweden fully agrees on the importance of this topic.
Mr. President, this year we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. This is a moment for celebration, but also a time to reflect on the organization's achievements as well as future challenges. Throughout its history, the UN has offered a unique platform for global dialogue. Strengthening multilateral cooperation and international dialogue is in our common interest. Together, we must ensure that our multilateral institutions operate in an efficient and responsible way, and that they deliver results on the ground. Today, we face a staggering array of global challenges. The incidence of armed conflicts is growing against a backdrop of increasing geopolitical tensions. Climate change is widely considered a threat to global security and livelihoods. Terrorism, violent extremism, and organized crime disrupt the lives of far too many people across the globe. Human rights and gender equality face a pushback in many countries. And sadly, the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals has fallen behind. The challenges ahead of us are so complex that they cannot be tackled by countries alone. In today's world, the UN is needed more than ever. Mr. President, allow me to make 3 points. First, the Summit of the Future was a powerful illustration of what multilateral cooperation can and should be about. Its outcome, the Pact for the Future, is the blueprint for reform. The Global Digital Compact is the first comprehensive framework for digital issues, including AI. Now it's time to put words into action and turbocharge the race to the Sustainable Development Goals. Second, this Council, the body responsible for upholding international peace and security, must be more transparent, representative, and accountable. An integrated approach to peace and security is essential. Prevention and sustaining peace must take center stage. Unfortunately, we seldom respond to early warning signals to prevent emerging conflicts. Too often, post-conflict countries fall back into violence and insecurity. We must work across the 3 pillars of the UN: sustainable development, peace and security, and human rights to deliver early and decisive action. We need to pay more focus on the connection between education and economic development. This Council must also be ready to recognize a full range of threats to international peace and security. Third, none of this can be achieved without respect for international law. This includes respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states, as well as strengthening accountability and ending impunity. We must resolutely act against attempts to undermine the UN Charter and its principles. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. We must reaffirm our support to the international justice system. We must guarantee the independence and fully respect the integrity of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. Gender equality is a core value of the United Nations. It is deeply embedded within its principles and reflected in its charter, making it a fundamental human right that the UN promotes globally. The current undermining of gender equality in many countries is deeply worrying. Mr. President, as we approach the 80th anniversary of our United Nations, we must reinvest in a multilateralism that delivers results. The dilemma we constantly face in multilateral diplomacy is how to get everyone into the act and still get action. The Pact for the Future showed that it can be done when we all make a serious effort. Thank you again for convening this important debate. 谢谢.
I thank Sweden for the statement. And I'll give the floor to Finland.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for organizing this very important open debate. As the 80th anniversary of the United Nations is approaching, we live through times when multilateralism is tested truly. Multipolarism is often mentioned as a new model for the modern world. But unfortunately, during the past years, we have begun to see one of its consequences, growing instability. Many have felt free to pursue their different goals by military means. The number of armed conflicts has risen to an unprecedented level since World War II. Borders have been crossed. Attempts are made to annex territories belonging to others. Respect for civilian life and infrastructure has collapsed in many conflicts, and international humanitarian law is often neglected. The world has been moving in the wrong direction. Finland continues to believe that rules-based multilateralism with reforms offers the best model for the modern world. The majority of the UN membership consists of small states. For them, no need to say, the UN and international law are indispensable. But the UN was not established only to support the existence and rights of small states. It was established to safeguard peace and stability for all members, we the peoples. The vision of multilateralism is still very much alive. First, global progress may have been big enough to be irreversible. The vast majority of UN membership stands for multilateralism. We pay our dues. The reason why the UN or its principal organs are criticized may be the fact that members have high expectations towards them. Most of us want to see the UN deliver and perform and uphold the Charter. Spirited by multilateralism, we compromised and agreed on the Pact for the Future, which paves the way forward together with the SDGs. Today, many have commented the importance of implementing them. 2015 was a very challenging year, but also a flagship year with major multilateral achievements, Paris Agreement, Agenda 2030, and the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, all three highly relevant even today. Second, the UN system is not perfect and it definitely needs reforms and modernization. Its organs need to function efficiently and better focus on solving major problems instead of being sidelined. And the UN membership has evolved remarkably in 80 years. But things would be much, much worse and chaotic without the United Nations. Innumerable staff and peacekeepers work all over the world, pursuing a common ideal and to promote peace, sustainable development, and human rights. Third, while international law is not always respected, it has actually grown in importance and coverage. New treaties have emerged, and states are increasingly placing their trust in the authority of judicial institutions, such as the ICJ and the ICC. And fourth, multilateralism works and progresses regionally, which in turn supports the UN. Many regional institutions have proven successful. Take the EU, which has guaranteed peace and well-being among its membership after a very troubled history and grown into the biggest global development financier, or take the African Union or important regional institutions in Asia and Latin America. UN bashing has become popular, and no doubt this seems to be a dark hour for multilateralism. But the need for a multilateral system based on international law has not gone away. The need has grown. The UN can only be successful if we respect it, use it, and turn the UN into a modern and efficient organization capable of standing for the Charter and our common ideals. Mr. President, does the UN need substantive reforms? Yes, it does. Can we afford sidelining the UN? No, we can't. Thank you very much.
I thank the representative of Finland for the statement. The representative of Pakistan asked for the floor to make a further statement. I give him the floor.
My delegation has been compelled to take the floor to respond to the statement made by the Indian delegate. No amount of fabrication or obfuscation can change the legal, political, and historical reality. Jammu and Kashmir never was nor is a so-called integral part of India. Jammu and Kashmir is an internationally recognized disputed territory. You just need to consult the UN's official maps to establish the fact. India is in its forcible occupation of parts of Jammu and Kashmir in contravention of multiple resolutions of the UN Security Council, which reaffirm the final disposition of Jammu and Kashmir will be decided by its people through a UN-supervised plebiscite, that is, through the exercise of right of self-determination of the Kashmiri people. This inalienable right, brazenly denied by India for over 7 decades, in gross violation of international law and the resolutions of this body, is among the most fundamental rights of peoples, an erga omnes right which cannot be rescinded by unilateral actions. Kashmir is being held by India through brutal separation of its people by an occupation army of 900,000 troops. Since 5th August 2019, building on its illegal and unilateral steps to consolidate its occupation of Jammu and Kashmir, India has undertaken demographic engineering to dispossess and disempower the Muslim majority of the occupied territory in grave breach of the 4th Geneva Convention. Neither force nor fraud will succeed in extinguishing the Kashmiris' quest for freedom and self-determination. Mr. President, UNSC Resolutions 91 and 122 clearly stipulate that no unilateral measures, including any sham elections under foreign occupation, constitute a final disposition of Jammu and Kashmir. Rather than misleading the international community and becoming blinded by hubris, India should implement its international obligation to allow the Kashmiris to exercise their right to self-determination in accordance with the UN Security Council resolutions. Mr. President, we also heard the Indian delegate raising the bogey of terrorism to divert attention and diplomatic point scoring. It is most ironic that India, which is committing the worst form of state terrorism in occupied Jammu and Kashmir, is portraying itself as a victim. It is a familiar ploy of all occupiers and colonizers to paint legitimate struggles for freedom and liberation as terrorism. Instead of maligning others for terrorism, India should sincerely reflect on its own campaign of orchestrating targeted assassinations, subversion, and terrorism in foreign countries. It is India which supports and finances terrorism against Pakistan by using its proxies such as Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, Majid Brigade, and Baloch Liberation Army. The country is insensitive to the tragic human dimension of terrorism. For a country that has been called out for running a global terrorism syndicate, no law is too low for India. The franchise of Indian state terrorism has gone from regional to global, reaching North American shores. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Pakistan for his statement. There are still a number of speakers remaining on my list for this meeting. I intend, with the concurrence of members of the Council, to suspend the meeting until the afternoon of Thursday, which is the 20th. The meeting is suspended.